I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Welcome. We are on the road here above the Chrysler Building in New York and enjoying another live show. I am not a robot. I am human. Everyone knows I am human. I am having fun, though. I'll tell you that. Welcome to Sustainable Saturday, everybody. On the road again. So Sarah is out doing her convention thing, and we hit the road, and we're staying in a hotel. And having a good time, enjoying burritos from a taco place nearby and living the life. I have been enjoying a motel quality type of experience. There was a swimming pool in the motel. I took a swim today, got about 50 laps in, and hit the hot spa, which is really nice. I'll be joining you with that later tonight after our show, Sarah. It's really a nice place, yeah. It's almost like a sanctuary in the midst of the chaos of the world. Amber has got a full bowl of food, I'll tell you. We threw the whole can in the bowl and said, go for it. So she's happy. But she is, wondering where I am to give her pets, that's for sure. So Google has described the news in a very forthright way. I'm going to go there to Google right now and check it out. Yeah. I go to Google. It's quick, easy, to the point, gets the job done. But hey, if you want to ask questions about New York Times ads or anything related to any other broadcast, any other network, feel free to talk about it. Trump fumes over an impeachment inquiry and blasts his critics. So, didn't at one time he invited an impeachment? He said, oh, go ahead and do an impeachment. It's the worst thing that'll happen to the Democrats. Well, he might be right. There's a lot of dirt on Biden. And it turns out Pelosi's son worked for a gas company in Ukraine too. So the more Donald Trump and Giuliani turn up the heat, along with others like William Barr, the more they turn up the heat on Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden, the more likely Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi are going to go, should we really do the impeachment? Yeah. So there's an ancillary effect to exposing them too. And the best part about this is, as a third party candidate in the middle of the political spectrum, I enjoy seeing both parties exposed. Yeah. And it's not like voyeurism or anything, but I mean, I enjoy the fact that we're seeing the corruption of the underbelly of the Democratic Party and the corruption of the underbelly of the Republican Party exposed. That's what we do every night. I mean, I talk about Mitch McConnell getting money from the Russian oligarchs to get elected. He's still getting money. Lindsey Graham got money from Russian oligarchs too. He's still getting money. So how can these people be objective, especially about Russian influence in the election? So we will be exposing the Senate while they're going to be assessing whether impeachment is necessary. Yeah, it comes down to the Senate. Trump has admitted that the House has enough votes to move forward toward impeachment. He admits that. But he doesn't think the Senate has enough. They need about 20 or more senators, Republican senators, to turn on Donald Trump. That's going to be tough, considering they're all riding pretty high on their votes locally. We've got a story here. The CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media. And that was something that former CIA Director William Kobe said. Excuse my real estate issue. I'm working with a laptop here. So, yeah, that's true. Today I was Googling. I was talking about Elizabeth Warren and mentioning how bad she was. Here she is talking about her campaign fired a senior staff member for inappropriate conduct. We don't know what that is, but I question, does that mean he's being truthful? This guy she fired? Because she is a bold-faced liar. And saying she was a Cherokee Indian to get a free education? Question mark? That is perjury and fraud at best. So, I mean, you got to wonder, is she really on the up and up? And then this. We showed you this earlier. This woman, or excuse me, dude, was taking off his pants right at the child's library in King County, Washington. Now, as you know, I live in a center of libtardism, and I can't believe that this is going on in my area, but it is. You want, and I wrote, is this the kind of liberalism you want? Drag queen strips for kids in the King County Library? I mean, it's crazy. And then this story. This tweet is rich, literally. Bernie Sanders said billionaires shouldn't exist, right? He said that before he had his heart attack. That probably would spawn his heart attack. Because he realized he's in the 1% with an annual income of over $2 million Bernie makes on his book sales. Yeah, so he's like complete hypocrisy. And he's upset the Home Depot billionaire who invested in Home Depot, pretty much started it, who said, hey, you know, he earned this fair and square. He has every right to earn $3.9 billion. That's what his net worth is. Home Depot is a very powerful company. I mean, some people are good at making money. That's what they do. So that's the deal. And then Mark Zuckerberg says, no one deserves that kind of money. So he's saying himself, no one deserves $1 billion. So I wrote, okay, guys, time to help the homeless. Money will help. So why don't these guys put their money where their mouth is? Forget the give pledge. Just give some money to some of these people that need it, you know? So many people would benefit from a $100 bill tossed out of a helicopter at, 1,000 feet up. Wouldn't that be great? Mark, if you're listening, I want you to set $100 bills over the city of San Francisco. People could buy porta potties with that. Brianna, yeah, oh, we thank you for that, yes. Oh, hello. Trump is a bigot, really? That's all you got is bigot? Bless you. That's all you got is bigot? You can't come up with racist or something? Trump has been receiving nothing but criticism left and right, and I'm feeling a little bit soft on Trump lately. You know, I'm the guy who's been tough on Trump all along, but I'm feeling a little bit more soft on Trump. I feel bad for him. I mean, he's being targeted. Anybody can go out right now, any government official, and get dirt on their neighbors, assuming they have the right of the president to do it, if especially those neighbors are from China. Giuliani has every right to go to Ukraine and talk about what he could find out on Biden. Trump can even find stuff on Biden if he wants. And when Trump solicited China, after I tweeted to Giuliani about how China had a connection to Hunter Biden, through Whitey Bulger's nephew, Trump went out the next day or that day even and started talking about it and said, China, if you're listening, I want you to find all the dirt you can find about Biden. He has every right to do that. Yeah. As long as he's not doing quid pro quo, holding things in abeyance like $400 million to Ukraine. I don't know. Well, how about smaller bills? Forget the hundreds. Go for, can I lower my shirt a little bit? How's that better? Okay. You gave a homeless guy $10 the other day, told me he was hungry. He brought beer. You know, beer happens to be a carbohydrate. Thank you. Most people on the street, misanthropy, are drug addicts. Just, you're getting them some drug money. But you know, they might buy a hamburger with that money too and save enough for their drugs. We're not solving the problem by throwing money at it. Thanks. We're actually, beer does have Roundup in it, yeah. But do you think a homeless guy who's hooked on Oxycontin cares about his malt liquor? Let's get something clear. Let's be clear. When I get done with the prosecution of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama for committing fraud, he'll probably be homeless or perhaps serving time at Supermax. When I get done with prosecuting Elizabeth Warren for committing perjury, claiming she was Cherokee Indian and committing fraud, and there's no statute of limitations on fraud, we will make sure the Democrats never put a felon in front of us calling herself the leader of the pack. When we get done prosecuting the nightmare scenario with the Clintons, which still hasn't even been researched by Donald Trump, we'll be looking deeply into why they got $5.4 billion to donate to Haiti and never gave that money to the poor people. That's serious. I have never read Dreamland about the opioid crisis, but I know it's serious. When we get done prosecuting the Clintons for what we can turn up that has evidence, because there's a lot of evidence that's been buried literally. Many of you don't know that the Oklahoma City bombing actually was the location of the Ken Starr Whitewater files, all of them. They were at the epicenter of the bombing. Little side note that the government never talked about. And Ukraine gave more money to Clinton Foundation than any nation on earth. Very interesting statistic that just came in from Misanthropy. So what I applaud is Donald Trump and Giuliani taking my lead and doing what they could to find out more about Biden and his Russian, his Ukrainian friends, his Chinese friends, his son's friends. Contributions by individuals, more than 50,000 to the Clinton Foundation. Wow. Ukraine was one of the major donors of all the countries, the Clintons, between 1999 and 2014. They've been fighting Russia for ever since the Soviet Union broke up, pretty much, and they're still at war. So Ukraine is a hot seat of potential donor and connections. We know Michael Cohen got $1.5 million from Poroshenko to get access to the president. I just don't know how much money the president got. Can you lower your shirt and talk like Regis Philbin? No. Multiple Twitter users claiming police are present in the theater during Joker screening. I think that's a prudent thing. I mean, with all the things that have happened, with the Joker reveals. Now, Joaquin Phoenix is starring in it. It's kind of one of those doomed roles. I hope he's okay. I mean, everyone who's ever done that has either turned into a recluse, like Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. Famous for Here's Johnny. That guy's a recluse now. But what about Heath Ledger? OD'd on opioids. Heath Ledger died in his apartment. Actually, it wasn't even his apartment. It was a young woman who was a famous star in a movie, who doesn't want to be known, who had a twin sister who was in a sitcom. The Olsen Girls. Yeah, it's one of the Olsen Girls. Heath Ledger died in her apartment. And that didn't even go public, which is strange. But it's kind of a bad role to be Joker. I'm sure it'll win Best Picture, yeah. Joaquin is going to be great. No, I didn't say the Olsen Girls killed him, but he did die in her apartment of an overdose of opioids. And her maid called her up, and she got the call before the police got the call. I'm not sure which Olsen girl it is, but anyway, I'm not into the whole Batman fetish. Holy whizzikers, Batman. That's right, Robin. It's a very religious thing, what I do. Robin, assume the missionary position. Have you seen those photographs of Batman and Robin going up the, buildings? They were always like nesting. Very weird stuff. Like almost like they were foreshadowing gayness at that time. Joker makeup, body paint, really? Let's go there. This is how to do your body up as a Joker. Well, it's trending so much that nobody's allowing me to actually get into it. I've seen Kay Pike before. She's really good. I would rather look at Kay Pike work directly. Do not pass go. She is amazing. One of the greatest makeup artists in the history of makeup, Kay Pike. Yeah, we have a few of her works. She's pretty impressive. That's impressive, yeah. She makes her face into anything, anyone. And isn't it amazing? Okay, we're going to go to a different microphone. Okay, hopefully it'll be better audio for all of you right now. You were going through the Realtek panel earlier, and now you're going through the GoSam mic. Thank you. I hope it's better. Yeah. Welcome to the show, everybody. I don't know if it was shagging that the Olsen twins were involved with Heath Ledger. I think it's a very suspicious death. Yes, and Philip Seymour Hoffman died fairly soon afterwards of a similar overdose of opioids. And turns out there's a connection between Philip Seymour Hoffman and the Olsen girls as well. Yeah, both New York, but it just doesn't add up. So if I were a prosecuting attorney, I'd be looking into the mysterious deaths of people like Heath Ledger and Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah, well, they're connected. I can tell you the Olsen girls were very connected to that group of people you're describing. They married into it. And Philip Seymour Hoffman tweeted a warning to one of the Olsen girls not to marry that guy. 2 weeks later, Philip Seymour Hoffman's dead. Just a little side note there. Yeah, I do a lot of research. And a lot of this turns up very suspicious. Hey, it's Saturday, Sustainable Saturday. We can talk about anything that makes sense for you, sustaining you. I am urging everybody to stock up on food supplies for any number of reasons. So what would be the best food supplies? Peanut butter. Yeah, so I would recommend going to Safeway and getting their organic peanut butter. We just bought some, crunchy. We took it on the road with us. Can't lose the peanut butter. Akma crackers, the best Swedish crackers on earth. Akmak is available organic. You can store these things for a long time. Akmak crackers and a couple jars of peanut butter in your trunk of your car will get you through some hard times. Yeah, and they're organic. No, we don't do Sundays. We're still on the 6-day-a-week schedule. Yes. And only buy organic peanut butter, because peanuts are a cover crop for pesticides. And oftentimes farmers will put them on a pesticide-ridden crop, and the peanuts suck the pesticides right out into the peanuts. Isn't that nice? And you get to eat them. So only buy organic if you can buy peanut butter. I know a lot of you have been eating rapeseed oil, and hey, it's not going to kill you in the short term, but I would recommend organic whenever possible. It's worth the extra money, and believe me, you'll save money on your health care bill later on in life. Other things to buy, sardines. Yeah, and you can get them in envelopes now, like plastic envelopes. They're actually Mylar envelopes. That's actually pretty good for storability. Otherwise, sardines and tuna fish start to taste like the can after 10 years.
I definitely think that Jimmy Carter is a organic farmer, but I don't know.
I'd love to contact Jimmy Carter and ask him if he still does farming of peanuts. But I'm just afraid he'll say,
David, you're suffering from peanut envy.
no, I'm not suffering from peanut envy, Jimmy. I know. I think peanuts are a great crop. I mean, George Washington Carver came up with over 1,000 different ways of making peanuts. I'm not talking about anything but peanuts right now, so some of you get your head out of the gutter, okay? Your fantasy life is getting a little bit extreme. I know. Well, we saw what arrived in the mail today. Yeah. That Hitachi vibrator that you ordered. Yeah. You better hide it from the family. David, when rap artists were wearing those big jewelry chains, do you think the crackers wish it really was that's a horrible thing to say, Brianna. You're referring to crackers. I'm talking about Akmak. Yeah.
Jimmy Carter left White House peanut business. This is very interesting, everybody. Thank you, Jimmy. When Jimmy Carter left office, he was $1 million in debt. No kidding, his business was $1 million in debt when he left office. Jimmy?
To have interfered with one of our human rights, which is the right of free and fair elections. What's your reaction? How should we deal with Russia?
Well, the president himself should condemn it, admit that it happened, which I think 16 of the intelligence agencies have already agreed to say. And there's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election. And I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered on his behalf.
So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president?
Based on what I just said, which I can't retract. I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Well, Jimmy Carter?
Thank you, Laura. Isn't he great? Yeah, I voted for Jimmy Carter. I didn't vote for that Ronald Reagan. I didn't feel that Ronald Reagan was 100% all there. And we find out that Ronald Reagan very likely didn't know a thing about the Iran-Contra hearing. No, he heard about it, but after it happened. They kept everything from Ronald Reagan. I grabbed a video last night on Live Leak from a Mossad agent that claimed, this is a guy that's reached kind of the end of his life, and he was a Mossad agent that recorded this interview. And I don't have it for you tonight because it's back at the studio, but I will bring it to you on Monday. Yeah, the Mossad agent admitted that Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's madam, Ghislaine Maxwell's father actually ran an operation with the Israeli government to get, now you're going to freak out when you hear this, to get arms for hostages. The Iran-Contra affair was started by the Mossad. Yeah. That's right. Ghislaine, a.k.a. Ghislaine, right. Her father was a Mossad agent, and she was too. And this guy, this Mossad agent, it goes on record talking about how Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein got together in their 20s and started doing some basic lowbrow stuff like blackmailing politicians with sex acts with teenagers. That's the deal. They did kill her father, yeah, but that's probably a fake death. Who knows? But the reality is, the story is deep, and why you got to wonder, why would Mossad want to fund Iran's weapons? Well, it turns out Iran was a strong competitor to Iraq, and Israel felt that Iran could be a buffer to Iraq, and that's one of the reasons why the Iran-Iraq war began, because they got a lot of weapons through the Iran-Contra exchange, and Ronald Reagan was behind that, but he didn't understand a damn thing. He was just reading off a teleprompter. Well, Nancy, did you? I believe you put a few Valium in my jelly beans. I'm starting to talk a little bit slower. Okay. I don't know. You're making up words that the Mossad would be saying, Misanthropy. Maybe you should go apply for a job at the Mossad. You know, you can get free accommodations. They'll give you $35,000 a year to live in Israel at a kibbutz. Yeah. One of the sad truths about our foreign aid to Israel is most of it goes toward that funding of immigrants that come into that country. So you could get $35,000 a year. You'd have to learn how to handle a gun, because every new immigrant has to be able to handle a gun, for real. And you have to learn Hebrew. But it might be a good future for you. You may want to consider joining, Israel, joining a kibbutz, and then joining the Mossad, because you seem to be jabbing with this whole scene, man. I am not inclined to ever join any secret agency in my life, because I deeply abhor institutional corruption. It's one of the things that really gets to me. Okay, can I ask you a question, Dave? I added a girl on Facebook, Dave, but she didn't immediately accept. Why is she such a bitch? Well, for one, you've got the wrong attitude. Yeah, immediately thought your rejection was high on the list. You got to lower your rejection level and escape to freedom, and just keep trying. Don't think negative thoughts. You're thinking negative thoughts. You're immediately thinking, well, she just won't accept me. So she probably didn't even see your Facebook post. Your first problem was using Facebook, right? And I certainly hope Mark Zuckerberg gives away all of his money, because, you know, Facebook is too much money for him. You know, I was quite shocked when Mark Zuckerberg was saying that. I think I'm going to part my hair on the other side. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, after the first break, I usually do a switch on my part. That works better. Sure. Yeah, well, as much as I'd love to make this show much more entertaining, I can do that. We have the White House here. Yes. On tap. Yes, we have the White House. We've got Jolton Joel, basically the man of the hour, who now no longer commands the top breadwinner for donations. Believe it or not, Warren and Beto are getting more donations right now than poor Joe. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Beto is doing better. Yeah. The Democrats, they're willing to accept guys who are felons or committed burglary or whatever. They don't even care. But I do have a few little things here for, your edification. Like this one right here. When, they've been working on the Lincoln Memorial, and they've got this brand new AI system developed. So when Donald Trump and Melania went there to pay homage to Abraham Lincoln, he's just flipping them off. It's like, Dave, are you AI? You seem to be fragmenting. CGI seem to be breaking down. Have no worries. Yeah, he just said, screw you. We can do better. Well, if the Democrats can get their act together, they may just get an impeachment going, Wouldn't that be special? Hey, let's go into the Oval Office of Ronald Reagan's time. What do you say? Well, right here is where I met the Mujahideen. And Charlie Wilson was sitting right across the way, and they said they needed Laz rockets and SAM missile systems to take on the Soviet Union. So I said, well, sure. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? It's sad because that's when Ronald Reagan pretty much gave up the ship, and that's when all this terrorism started. And that's why we're involved in 2 wars still. The show ends tonight at 1 a.m. Yeah, I'm going to be running a video. I've got such a high-speed internet connection. I'm going to be running a whole series of videos that were brought to us by Anita. Yeah. Anita's got this set of videos. We got Putin's Revenge, part 1 and 2, Frontline, in our after show, as well as the Putin Files with Julia Loff. Very good. We were watching that some last night, and we got more of the Putin Files. So it's all about Putin tonight. And by the way, I don't believe that video that Putin said that he's gonna meddle in the 2020 election. That looks like fake. That's CGI. Putin didn't turn to his friends and say he was going to definitely affect our election. He's not stupid. One thing about Putin is he's not stupid. He's a very careful planner, and he's not to be underestimated. Right. And these people at the Russian hierarchy have been using secret code to communicate for decades. So it's hardly likely that he would ever telegraph what he's going to do. Well, the background, it looks like at home, yeah. And I wanted to give you the illusion I'm at home, even though I've got my portable hard drive. No, Putin has nowhere near the stable genius that Trump has. Yeah, exactly, Nard. Yeah, we all know that Trump has a stable genius. He has a genius in the stable. Meh. Kaplunk. I made some coffee in the motel today, and it's pretty good. In case you're wondering why I'm fading out, it's because I'm using a product called BCAN, and it's made by XSplit. BCam is my program that I'm using just to get a decent picture off of a standard camera on the laptop. So yeah, I am here every day, and I am, of course, I am David Sponheim. That's right. The American original. Not a lot of people like me. I'm not materialistic. That makes me a very good candidate for the presidency, because you've got nothing but materialists out there who are looking for padding their pockets. I don't plan on padding my pockets with any income I get. If anything, I just want to serve the nation and give you guys the best shot you have of fixing the country. And this has been a plan all along, that if we could get some mainstream media attention, we'd be able to do this. But the elitists are very aware of what I'm doing, and they've been throwing millions of dollars at Mark to shut us down. So that's why a lot of you have been getting capacity server screen issues in your chat room. We do bring the water filter with us, yes. And by the way, that zero water filter you pointed out on Amazon, I told Sarah about it. $37 for 11 cups. I'm thinking of getting that with an Amazon gift card. Yep. I have the public option. I've got the universal basic income plan. That was my idea ahead of the Democrats. I had the public option ahead of the Democrats. I had the green, what we call the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and I call it the new CCC. I plan on employing at least 100,000 young people to live in our parks in America, free of charge, no rent, and you'll get a $15 an hour salary to start saving money. And we're going to turn our parks into a mecca for young people. And the young people will even want to settle near our parks too. We're going to open up tiny house villages. That's part of the new CC program. Yeah, we've got so many beautiful national parks. Why wouldn't we want to open up some tiny house villages in those areas? So we'll be building those, laying the groundwork for tiny house villages all over the country. Young people who are looking for a job will be able to get work at the CCC, the new CCC. I'm not taking the Green New Deal approach. I'm just taking the most important program that FDR had and boosting it. It could be the Cannabis Cultivators Club, you're right, because we will be legalizing marijuana. Absolutely. Many of you have had the luxury of living in a recreational state and enjoy smoking, imbibing a little bit. Congratulations. States like Michigan, now allowing up to 12 plants to grow for personal use. Missouri, 6 plants I think they've got. It's amazing. And now people are buying houses now in Michigan and Missouri. Isn't this a great idea? See how it's starting to have a multiplier effect? Tiny houses are good in the winter. That's where they excel. A standard house is going to cost you about $400 a month to heat. A tiny house you can do for $80. Yeah. So that's the real appeal of tiny houses. And people don't want to have a mortgage. And a lot of young people, especially the snowflake generation, are going to want to get out of that. No, there's nothing going on in the background. It's all natural. We do have a little free love going on, somewhere in the motel here.
For free love.
Okay, so burning wood causes greenhouse gases. And if you want to warm your house burning wood, you can do that. But there will eventually come a time when you'll have to have a special filter added to your smokestack with a fan, accelerator fan on it. It'll run on heat. I'm in the design stage on such a thing, and I haven't yet developed it, but are you taking the show? Oh, you're going to do the show?
At 6:30.
Oh, perfect. This is great. Yeah, let's just take a little break. I'm starting to feel better. I'm feeling even better, yeah. Well, you guys are going to get the chance to meet the reigning environmental expert in my area. And she's learning more and more all the time, Sarah Hart. Here she is.
I am kind of an environmental expert.
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes I'm not sure I am,
Oh,
but then I realize I am. I know quite a bit. Problem is that, like, health department, they just want everything to be safe, and I'm just like, look at the worms, they're so cool. I'm like, will anybody get sick from this? Well, maybe. It's a lot of mold because worms like to eat bacteria. It's all good. Don't worry. Just don't touch down there. Wait till the worms eat it up. Oh, wait. I can't see your chat. Sorry, Periscope. Since I'm on a trip, I can't see. I kind of am dressed in camo. It's like a green camo kind of thing. Gordon, I don't know who you're talking about, Gordon. Even the coffee makers suggest using filtered water. Yes, true. I love fries. I told you, that's you. This is not smell-o-vision. So whatever you're smelling, you're causing it. You have a JPEG. Ooh, that's pretty cool. I like that. Is that a tiny house? It does look like a tiny house. Why is the couch so far away from the wall, I wonder? Sorry, I'm like flickering because of my green shirt on the green background. It happens. It happens. Well, Sarah, I forgive you. Thank you, Sarah, for forgiving me. You're welcome, Sarah. I'm just kidding. All right. Anyway, yeah, I answered why I was flickering. Oh, you went to one of those plantation mansions? Don't you hate going on those, like, house tours? I mean, I like going on them, but then they're like, don't touch anything. Yeah. And David's favorite question is, how much of this is original? Mm-hmm. They're always like, David always asks that when I've only taken him on 2 tours, but he asked it both times in both places. Like, so I'm like, never going to take him on one of those tours again.
Monticello and Marblemont?
Yes, at Monticello he asked it, and then again at Highlands, James Monroe's Highlands. No, James Madison's Highland. Yeah. No, James Monroe has Highland. It was James Monroe's place. It was Madison's place.
Yeah, it was Madison's place.
It was Montpellier.
Montpellier, that's right.
Yeah, he's like, how much of this is original? Well,
20%.
Oh, 20% was original. And then David was like shocked because we went to the Smithsonian, American History Smithsonian, and I was like, David, look, it's original. And it was George Washington's full dress military outfit.
It looked like it was new, too.
And it looked brand new because they took it when it was brand new, probably. I mean, it was, you know, in new condition, and they probably put it in like a vacuum seal, and it was under glass, and it was pretty cool.
It was amazing.
It was very amazing.
It's like he just got out of it.
It was just like he had just worn it. I mean, David would have totally thought it was a replica.
I know.
And I was like, look, David, it's original. Look, David, this is original. All at the Smithsonian. I mean, if you want to see good new material, I mean, original materials, you got to go to the Smithsonian. And I mean, I just loved our time in DC, but not that I will ever go back because I am done with the East Coast. Done. That's one thing I can say for sure. I am done with the East Coast.
Unless I'm chosen as vice president, so you'd have to.
Oh, wait. Or unless David has to be in Washington, D.C.
What if I'm chosen?
Actually, I like Washington, D.C. Well, I said unless you have to be in Washington, D.C., then I'll go with you. Okay. Just like you went with me to this conference.
Well, we'll go in style.
I'll go with you to D.C. It's not from Taco Bell. It's Taco Del Mar.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Do you like it? This one was a little bit more. I think it was like $8.50 or $8.50.
That was really good. Shredded beef.
Shredded beef burrito, whole wheat.
That was really good.
I had a fish one.
It was good?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I got David a shredded beef one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I was like, I didn't know what he wanted, so.
No, you did great. It's even good cold.
Yeah.
I'm liking it cold.
You went to the Shirley plantation. Very interesting. Yeah, George Washington's outfit. He was like Batman, didn't wear any other clothes except his Superman suit. True. I mean, it was it's like, it's probably like made especially for, it was probably only worn once during the portrait that he was painted in. You know?
It was amazing.
It was amazing.
I'd never seen anything that good for the 1700s.
You don't know where to get a good burrito. All you have is a bunch of white people burritos. The Taco Del Mar was pretty good. I like Del Taco. Aren't you in Southern California, Misanthropy?
Mm-hmm.
I used to like Del Taco.
Yeah, Del Taco makes a great green burrito.
Yes, I love their green burritos, and I like their strawberry shakes at Del Taco. It's better and cheaper. I agree with you, John Bontrolli. You're right. Del Taco is not authentic. You have to go down to Tijuana. Do you have your passport?
This is very authentic taco, Baja burrito.
Pretty good.
It is pretty authentic.
Yeah. I mean, the best, it was so the fish taco I had. It was good, but it was just, I don't know. I probably wouldn't get it again. But because the best fish taco I ever had was in Tijuana. Well, the second best one I actually had was at this little place in our local town, the Agave restaurant.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
That's a really good one.
I heard the good things.
They are good.
That was incredible.
My family introduced me to this Hatch chili sauce when they were here, because some of my family members live down in the Hatch River Valley, or Hatch whatever it is, down in New Mexico. Yeah, and that's like, it's not just the green chilies, it's the Hatch green chilies. Those are really good. It was really good. They had the Hatch chili salsa at Trader Joe's. That's where my dad found it. Do you want authentic tacos? Come to your Chinese restaurant in Chinatown for authentic tacos. Yeah, you like Italian food better than Mexican food? I think I like.
You should
like
try my
Mexican
Tex-Mex
food.
burrito mash. I mean, like Tex-Mex lasagna that I just made.
Yeah, I did try your Tex-Mex lasagna. It was alright.
It's low salt. That's the thing. You know, most people like spicy. It's low salt.
Yeah, it was alright. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was great. Yeah, just a sec. One moment. Just a sec. I just gotta do something. Okay. Anyway. I'm back. David's low salt. Lasagna is low salt. You're into that. Good.
That's good.
What am I wearing tonight? I'm wearing a green turtleneck with a green shirt. Well, a camo-ish green, a flowing green shirt. There you go. That's what I'm wearing. And some green pants. See, aren't they pretty cool? They match my green shirt. I went to a green meeting today, and I talked about my worms. And I also talked about my lost and found system that I really like. I gotta change one thing on my lost and found system. Actually, one thing, and then I gotta hang up the rest of the jackets that the kids have lost since the beginning of the school year. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe how many kids lost their jackets since the beginning of the school year. I tell you, there must be like 50 lost jackets.
Wow, that's amazing.
Because, like, you know, it's still kind of like we have this Indian summer thing going on. And so the kids will take off their jackets and when they go out to play at recess. And yeah. So I have I'm sorry to hear that, Mad Dog. So I have this, so you never had a jacket, your parents could not afford one. I don't remember. I had a jacket once that somebody, I won it, or somehow I won it or something. Anyway, it was a 49ers jacket, and that was a jacket I had growing up. And I think I had a sweatshirt. But, so, you know how you say about how your parents could not afford a jacket? And now you have 15. Do you really need those? Think about those little kids that can't afford it. Maybe you should go to a school and be like, are there some kids that you notice that don't have any winter coats, and can I offer one or two of mine to them? Coats, jackets. Anyway, you'll like my lost and found thing then, Mad Dog, because I really like it. The whole idea of sustainability is to take care of today's needs without impacting the needs of the future, and really with the economy too. So we used to have this lost and found system where it was just like in this huge pile, and then they would pile up from the beginning of the year until like June, and then they would donate everything to like a local thrift store. Now we have a new local thrift store that it's called Garage of Blessings, and it's so cool because it started in this woman's garage, and now it's in an actual like building right near the right near the police station. It's in it, and it has a lot of volunteers. And basically, it's a free thrift store. It's a free store basically, and anyone can donate to it for free, and then anybody can come in and take things for free. It's a completely free store, and it's called Garage of Blessings. So I created this system of lost and found with we had like my principal bought like a coat hook on a roller. Anyway, I got these hangers so that there's 2 racks, one above and one below, kind of like you might do with shirts and pants. And like, no, Miss Anthropy, you can donate for free. Can you believe it? Anyway. Anyway, so on the top, like I tell the students, and I put all the newly lost and found on the bottom rack. And then at the end of the month, we hang it all on the top rack. And then at the end of that month, we'll take it and donate it to the Garage of Blessings. So if parents come in and they're like, what happened to my kid's jacket? And I'm like, well, it's been more than a month, or a month and a half, actually, 2 months. So then it's donated to Garage of Blessings. So you can go check there, and if you can't find yours, you might find another one that's free. And I'm kind of stoked because last year I started it, but this year I'll put it in for so that we'll do our first donation November 1st, which will be very good. So, oh, thank you. Anyway, yeah.
That's awesome.
You have certain things all over your town for the backpacker zombie apocalypse, filled with food. Original blessing box, big pantry or library. Nice. Neighborhood lending library, outdoor pantry. Oh, an outdoor pantry, and they're filled with food? I've seen them filled with books. We have a few of them filled with books in our town, but not filled with food. Bill Rose says, if David worked out with me, I could have him ripped in 6 months.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool, Mad Dog. I like that. The backpack zombies come and get the food. People in your town fill them with food. Backpack zombies. And the backpack zombies get the food and then they just move on and they leave you alone? Or do they just hang out and wait for the town folk to fill them up again?
See if that affects the signal.
Chef Gordon Ramsay's listening to David buying lots of pre-Fukushima tuna because you love tuna. They live in the woods by the lake. They do drugs all day and eat from the blessing box. A cheese quesadilla where you live costs $3. That's pretty expensive, but $3. I used to love Del Taco's cheese quesadillas. They put like little $8 for a quesadilla? What are you, out of your mind? Go get some cheese and tortillas myself, thank you very much. $8? Is it a big quesadilla, like as big as my head? No meat, just cheese. Oh, that's good. Check out how Charlie donates to the vets group. Yeah, it's the way it's cut. Nah, dog. It's meant to do that.
Any problem with the microwave affecting it?
Well, I'm affecting it because I'm wearing green.
But the microwave isn't affecting the signal, huh?
Not that I know of.
It's good.
That's smart, Charlie, to only do Del Taco once a month. Actually, in my purse, I have some too. Of these. I got them at the restaurant.
Oh, you have some already?
I didn't eat them, but I have them in my purse.
Okay. The restaurant had those?
Yeah, I guess they do some batches. Some they gave away because they were too crispy
okay. I
or
didn't
something.
realize that was a common.
That wasn't common. It just happened to be that way, and I didn't communicate.
Okay.
But that's okay. I will still have some of those. Did you have one?
I don't want one. I'm full of that burrito.
I know, that's a pretty amazing burrito, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good, Mad Dog. I'm glad you give them water. You don't want to give them water filter that they can use down by the river when they're eating their government cheese, or the cheese that people put in the blessing boxes. Oh, we had a burrito for dinner, not homemade. Well, that's a good idea, Society. Think you're thinking about volunteering for Meals on Wheels? You have not thought about that. Might last longer than your bottled water. That's a good question, Charlie. If the economy is so good, why do we still have people that can't afford to buy food? They were saying today that in Washington State, 1 in 5 children live in houses that can't afford to buy food. 1 in 5. That means like on average, 4 kids in my class, their families can't afford to buy enough food. Got a 3-pound chicken at Sam's Club that was already cooked for under $4. Wow. Yeah, that's a good point, Sosadi. Well, okay, I understand that misanthropy. Like, yes, I don't understand why some people can't afford condoms, but especially because consequences are a lot more expensive. But it's not the children's fault that they were born. Oh, that's a good idea. Heinz baked beans at the dollar store. They have bacon and bourbon baked beans. Wait, what? Or are you saying you? That's a good point, Miss Anthropy. You can go to the clinic and ask for free condoms. I heard in other countries where they do give away condoms. I read this in learned about this in Melinda Gates's book called Lift. I really like that book. Good job, Melinda. Anyway, that they give away condoms at the clinics, but women prefer to have contraceptives like the pill or even the the injectable anti-hormone things that will prevent them from getting pregnant, because if they bring back condoms, their husbands say, wait, you think I have AIDS, or you think I'm cheating on you? And they accuse them of like, wait, are you cheating on me? Is that why you want me to wear a condom? And then they end up being victims of anyway, they end up being victimized because, or at the very least, their husbands definitely don't wear the condoms. That's a good point, Chef Gordon Ramsay. It's not in everyone's nature to feed themselves by handing over paper IOUs. Lots of people have a natural inclination to hunt to feed themselves, but unfortunately the modern world doesn't appreciate people who hunt. Could they move up to Alaska? Maybe they could. Daryl says most hunters don't need to hunt, but they like to hunt because they like to kill things. How old were you then, Pencil Tucky Ducky? I don't hunt. Oh yes, a teenager. Yeah, the thing is that I think in the U.S. they do a good job about educating students about safe sex, but in other countries I don't know if they do. Really? Like, lack of circulation directing? That's just bizarre. Oh, they don't know about safe sex? The STD rate is out of control right now in America? Maybe I didn't realize that.
The STD rate and STI rate is skyrocketing in some states. It's gone up dramatically.
How hard is it to wear a condom?
Oklahoma is a critical area for getting. Don't go to Oklahoma and hang out in bars.
Don't go to Oklahoma and hang out in bars.
Yeah.
Just say, no glove, no love.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if AIDS was made in government labs, doesn't mean you shouldn't wear a condom. Yeah, people say I'm on birth control, so we don't need to wear a condom, and then they end up with an STD.
And a baby.
And a baby. Yeah, probably, because they skipped a couple days.
Yeah.
Oh, really, Cliff to chat? I did not know that. Well, I think you should start, Cliff. All right. Larry stops by Sam's Club for hot dogs and pizza slices every now and then. He can't resist a $4 lunch. I know sometimes I go to Costco for the same reason. Yeah, well, usually Trojans are good. But I didn't know. Cliff says that Trojans are made in India and that, what's the brand made in America?
Dynex,
Durex, yeah.
Durex, made in America. Good to know.
Yeah. Okay, I will go and look at it. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
We'll take over now.
All right, David will take over.
I got the subtitles working. This couple wants to create a renovation that looks like the Brady Bunch house. So they've asked designers to create a house that looks just like the Brady Bunch. Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I'm having a problem with my my hair. It's the same problem I was having earlier. All right, here we. Yeah, I just need to come. Let me put a. I got a video I can put on. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna switch my hair. I forgot to do that. We're erecting the White House behind the scenes. And we are here boldly going where no man has ever gone before. Beginning now. Okay, we'll be right in just a second, folks. All right. All right, a little bit more disheveled, but better for the wear. It's been a long day. Started at 5:30, drove 200 miles. 300 miles. I think it was 300 miles. Yeah. And here we are. Yeah, it takes a while to, get used to the travel scene. I just finished a 10,000 mile trip last summer, and it's just been kind of I haven't really gotten my ground under me yet. And here I am running down the road again. Okay. We paid $7.99 for a burrito. So I never thought we'd ever pay that much, but we needed quick food for the show, and we picked up a burrito. Yeah, this was a good burrito though. For $7.99, the Baja burrito. Yeah, it was good. Taco Del Mar. I was impressed. Yeah, I'll get White Boy. What do they do? Put a loogie in the middle of the burrito. Yeah, I don't trust taco trucks. I mean, although the best burrito I've ever had is from a taco truck back in 1985 outside of the Food Mart down in LA. Man, it was incredible. But that's just one time in my life, Yeah, they're all New World Order shills. Everybody who's on Mark's payroll is a New World Order shill. Mark has been the kingpin of in helping all his friends, Frank and T. Rucker and United Airlines. Yeah, you notice how United American Warlord never broadcasted after Mark paid off his second $75,000 bill. Yeah, explosive diarrhea came from that taco truck. Well, you guys are looking at a guy who just had one heck of a beef burrito, man. Yeah, Mark made a bank on censoring us. It's illegal what he's doing, in my opinion. And I'd have to get an attorney to back me up on this, but violating my free speech and my equal protection under the law, giving me special treatment, keeping our show down, pushing people out of our show from chatting, only letting the same old people that chatted here 6 months ago or a year ago chat here. I know his game. He has Russian connections, so he says. He says he's a relative of Vladimir Putin. I wouldn't doubt Mark owns 83% of Chipotle. Seriously. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I know that Mark has been making bucks big time off of the censorship. So I heard numbers like 900 million that he's received. And I was like, and it's so large of amount that most people are like Sarah in Scissor Fight. They don't believe it really is happening. It's like, Dave, they're just pulling your leg, man. They like to troll you, and I argue that nobody likes to troll somebody for 11 years and just gets off on it. We've even worn Melko down. Melko came in and said, he's got his new account. He says, Dave, you banned me over 800 times. It's like, yeah, I finally got him to talk normal in the room. You haven't known Mark at all. Chucklehead Charlie. Yeah. You never even met him. No, I've decided I use a thing. It's an ancient technology called scissors. Yeah, I'm getting good results from scissors. Mitt Romney is coming out hard against Trump. Says that he's acting despicable and all this stuff. Mitt Romney couldn't hold a candle to Trump in a debate. Trump would rip him apart. Mitt is a Bilderberger. One thing I've got to hand Donald Trump, even though he's completely owned by the deep state because they've got all this dirt on him, the sex dossier, which Mueller said was real, and of course the $1 billion debt to Deutsche Bank, which is underwritten by oligarchs. Yeah, they've got a lot of leverage over Donald Trump. But even though they've got the leverage over him, he still somehow pulls it off that he's somehow fighting the deep state. It's amazing because he's created an enemy of all the media. And he says it's all fake news, it's all a Russian hoax. And he sticks to his line. And one of the strongest points to his ability is to continually stick to his line. And he fogs people. It is the most powerful tool he uses. They call it fogging, when you repeat the same thing over and over again. Yeah, it's extremely powerful. It's part of the Brooklyn communication style that he learned as a young man. And, no one can contest his good looks either, I think he looks better than Mitt Romney, don't you think? If you put Donald Trump up against Mitt Romney in a head-to-head profile, yeah. Now, we've been talking about greenhouse gases quite a bit, and it's not unusual to see more greenhouse gases coming out of the White House lately. There's yes. Right now, Trump is fuming over the impeachment inquiry. So the fumes are emanating. They're bubbling up. You can see yeah. And he's blasting critics in tweets constantly. Yeah, he's really out there. So, and the White House prepares a formal objection to the impeachment probe. So this is very good. He's acting exactly like they predicted he would. Yeah. Only guilty people want to fire the people investigating them, which Donald has been systematically trying to do for the past, I'd say, 2 years, 3 years. Only a guilty person would try to withhold their tax returns because there's something in it you don't want to see. So he looks guilty as hell, but you got to admit he's putting up one hell of a fight. And I actually hope I can give him a good stand too, because I want him to root out the evil in the Democratic Party. If Donald can do one thing, he can root out evil in the Democrats. And he's doing a good job on our lead, by the way. I tweeted to Giuliani and he ran with it, man. I'm just glad he's reading my tweets. It shows a certain amount of respect, and I appreciate that. You know, I don't hate people, and I certainly don't hate Donald Trump or Giuliani. I think we all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, the problem with voting for Trump is you're voting for the New World Order. I'm against the New World Order. I'm not viable. So when you vote for Donald Trump, you're voting for the people that pull his strings. I don't have anybody pulling my strings. So you want a clear vision for the future of America run by Americans, not a bunch of Zionist sympathizers like Biden and Trump. You want to pick me. Dave the Goyim. Yeah. I'm not a Zionist shill. I believe Israel's a strong ally, don't get me wrong. But I'm not going to have Israel do our bidding overseas. And I'm going to find out what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein and how come he's still living at his island. They have Jeffrey Epstein back in play. Blackmailing people with sex tapes with children. Yeah, that's what he does. That's what Jeffrey Epstein does. They couldn't afford to lose him. Of course, we'll be investigating the Bidens and the Trumps and the Clintons and the Bushes. We're going to be doing a broad-scale investigation of all that came before me. I am basically running a campaign of gossamer truth and virtue in a world of crap, mountains of political corruption and crap. That's what I'm doing. And every night you see the show, you're looking at a solid player who is completely clean of any false charges or background history things that could possibly dog me. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be your representative. I'm not afraid to investigate the Obamas. I have strong evidence that fraud has been committed. And like I said earlier, there's no statute of limitations on fraud. Yeah, we know that Hunter Biden got kicked out for testing positive for cocaine. He wouldn't be the first Navy officer to do it. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. A lot of Navy guys are tooting up in the bathroom outside of the CPO club. Yeah, some of them are gay too. Hunter has a speckled history with the Navy, but it doesn't mean that Joe can't love his son and get him a really great job. But the problem is Chelsea Clinton got a really great job, $600,000 a year, working at MSNBC as an intern. Now, what intern in the world gets $600,000 a year? And Joe got Hunter a $50,000 a month job, and they say the $3.4 million that is out there, the $3.4 million that's out there that Hunter got came from illicit means. Burisma gas holdings in Ukraine didn't get that money legally. Yeah. No, that was a cough. Yeah. You hear someone coughing in the back. Well, we try to do the shows in public forums so the people around us can see us publicly. It's all impromptu. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about because nobody knows where I am or who I am. So doing this show in the lobby has really paid off. No French vanilla for me. I like the Irish cream, thank you.
Okay, here you go.
You know, I don't need a break. I just started.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. You need to take it. Did you like the I put the text on there so you can read the...
Yes, I thought I had done that.
No, how come it's not on right now?
Because it's a commercial.
Oh, okay. You did it, but it was on auto.
Yeah?
Yeah, what can I get you?
I'm just going to look in here for some.
Oh, yeah, take the whole bag. Look at what Sarah just got as a memento.
Oh, sorry. Well, they can't see it.
No, it's invisible.
It's invisible. Well,
Hey, look at that, an invisible bag. Wow. I am wearing pants. They are. I'm wearing my leotards. Yes. Somebody said, David, if you weren't doing this, what would you do? I would like to be a ballerina. Huh?
I don't know.
I would like to become a ballerina like Nureyev. I believe that I have the talent to study ballet.
Yeah.
I'm using my backup computer, yeah. I'm not trolling you. No. It would be difficult for me to be a ballerina. It would be laughable. But it would be something I could achieve in my lifetime if I focused in, you got a whole rotisserie chicken at Sam's for £3 for under $5, yeah? Well, Mad Dog, the Costco sells those chickens for $4.99. That's under $5. It's not gray, no. I did fix my hair. I showered, yes. No gray in this hair, just a lot of plant protein, colorant mostly. You talking about right in here? Yeah. Yeah, well, you can't always win. Well, the chicken was kindly treated with hormones, and Costco loses $30 to $40 million a year on their chicken deal. I know that sounds incredible, but 30 to 40 million just giving people cheap deals on their chicken. They are switching to a non-hormone based, and they're going to have their own chicken factory soon. So they're going to hopefully take away that loss and still provide everybody value at Costco. There are old people right now living on Costco chicken because they don't have to cook it. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah. You betcha. You better believe it. All right, Trump forced to take down Nickelback post on Twitter without permission. Yeah, the problem with that, and I was the one that posted this, and you can go to my Twitter record and read the links to the court case law regarding Imagine and Yoko Ono, and her entire effort to get control over the Imagine album was overturned by court, and her song was 15 seconds of usage, and the people that borrowed the song Imagine for their production were not charged with anything, and they were allowed to do 15 seconds. That piece of Nickelback is only 12 seconds. So Trump has a legal and legitimate reason to sue Twitter now. Donald, if you're listening, you can sue Twitter and go for the big bucks. Seriously. Hit him for a couple billion in lost revenue. I mean, it's affecting your campaign and not having that out there, and it was brilliant. Wasn't that good? Didn't you like Trump's rendition of Nickelback? That was outstanding. It showed Biden's picture with his son, and it was prefaced by Biden saying he never ever met a Ukrainian gas representative with his son, and then they had a picture together, and it was all about that song that Nickelback did about pictures. Man, I'm glad I'm sitting up straight, because if I was laying down, that burrito would be frying my esophagus. That was good. Nickelback should be a refund. I think Donald Trump should sue the hell out of that out of Twitter. So if he doesn't, there's more than enough precedent with the Imagine case. You're allowed to have up to 15 seconds of copyrighted material built into your spiel. Even an ad campaign can do it. Yeah, you just have to sue. You'll win. David, can you taste the difference between organic meat and hormone-based meats? Yes, I definitely can. The meat I had today was completely grown naturally out here in the North 40. I could tell that. It was range fed. And I could tell from the sinew of the beef that it was super tender. That meant it had been hand massaged by small illegal aliens as it got through the stall for slaughter. That's how they make Kobe beef. They hand massage it. Hong Kong is not falling apart. It's actually regaining its democracy. If I were Donald, I'd put Hong Kong on one of the listed demands and ending organ donation or organ harvesting. Yeah, those are the two requests I'd have of China, built into the trade agreement. End organ donation or organ harvesting, I should say, because they're still going to have organ donations going on. Get some accountability there. Organ harvesting is really bad, and make sure the people of Hong Kong have a chance to have democracy and stop imposing a dictatorial will and Beijing law on Hong Kong. And that would automatically calm China down, and then we could trade without tariffs. Of course, Donald wants a few other things, I'm sure, on the side table, more like, will they forgive the $600 million he owes them? Things like that. You can see how that would affect the Chinese response. And one of the big things I would do is release Meng, the Huawei chief financial officer, who's been charged with all these ridiculous, she's on $40 million in bail. You know, I used a natural shea butter shampoo today that was made by a Nigerian woman who brought her entire family out of poverty, and now she's living, high on the hill in Nigeria. And all she did was learn how to make shampoo. So it's got a little lift to it. It's got some emollients in it, but it's not a conditioner. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit light, like fluffy. I believe koi costs over $10,000 here. We have fish that they have to be leased to the casinos because they're worth $10,000 a piece, $3,000 to $5,000 per koi. Yeah, but it's not uncommon to see koi that's $10,000. I've got my eye on one koi. It's beautiful, man. It's like it's 25 inches long. It must be 40 years old, and it is beautiful. Gold, perfectly gold koi. I've never seen anything that beautiful. They sell for up to $1 million in Japan. The stream is low quality tonight because we're broadcasting through a VPN. And the camera is not the HD camera we normally have. It's the standard camera that comes with the computer. It's a lower quality camera. That's why we have got that look. The look of low quality is on your camera tonight. The look of low res. Da 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 da. So you know what really upsets me is Shepard Smith is now being quoted as an expert on Donald Trump. I mean, why would a gay guy at Fox be an expert on Donald Trump? He made a statement the other day that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he did with Ukraine and with Russia by asking China for dirt on Biden. Well, there's a lot of dirt on Biden, and in fact, he's got this red paint all over his face. It's so much dirt. But no, seriously, I do my own sound effects now. Harvey Weinstein told you he liked Chinese girls. Dark Engine. Okay, well, how do you handle a guy who doesn't seem to have anything pinned on him with all this other stuff going on? Harvey Weinstein's got one chance for prosecution, but now other people are stepping up. There were 50 complaints with the Beverly Hills Police, and they never acted on 7 years of them. Let's take a look at what this woman has to say. Harvey Weinstein told me he liked Chinese girls. He liked them because they were discreet, he said, because they knew how to keep a secret. Hours later, he attempted to rape me. Oh my gosh. This poor woman. I saw, you never heard of me. I'm not an actress. I'm not working in Hollywood. We had a video of her on YouTube. In July of 1998, Harvey was en route to London to attend a private screening of the new cut for Shakespeare in Love. I watched as tension levels in the office rose. In the taxi to the screening room, I was coached, do exactly as he tells you and you'll be fine. My first task was to simply sit directly in front of Harvey during the screening. At one point, fearful that my head was blocking his view, I attempted to shuffle over. "Sit down!" he instantly roared, adding an expletive. I should have known better and left the room and the job that very instant. Years later, I realized this was part of the grooming process, a test of how much I would tolerate. Harvey played games of this sort impeccably, testing how far he could go, wielding both the carrot, if you survived working with him, you could make your career, or the stick. If you refused his advances, you would do the best. He would do his best to ensure you never again worked in the movie industry. I had many years to ruminate on how I fell into Harvey's trap, and the best way to understand it is through the four power dynamics of gender, race, seniority, and wealth. The first power imbalance, the man versus woman, was obvious. I was a woman in an industry in which women still struggle to be taken seriously. Harvey was a man in an industry in which men dominate, and he often used that dominance to claim sexual favors. Well, I don't need to go into the sordid details of this sad woman who's been raped, allegedly by Harvey, but isn't it ironic that Harvey's trials are still sitting out there? Everyone's going, what's going on? Why can't he, get charged with something? Well, one woman who is a Sopranos actress is going to be testifying, and probably has testified, so it's probably going to go to a jury trial. Are you keeping the transcript of yesterday's show from us? Did the video not upload? Yeah, I want to know because it was having problems toward the end there. Okay, I'm going to have to re-upload that. I think I might have a copy here. Hey, Scissor Fight. I do have copies of it, but I want to make sure I'll re-upload it. Yeah. Most illegal crossings in 12 years. Border Patrol took 851,000 into custody during fiscal year 2019. Wow. So nearly 1 million people were arrested at the border trying to get in illegally. It's what happens when people try to, survive fleeing the economic poverty down in Guatemala. See, it is big, very bad. 851,000, 2019. No. Sí, bueno.
This has been a very exciting project, as you know. It's for many years people have wanted the proper wall, and we have a wall that the likes of which very few places have ever seen. I wanted to show you some of the details of the wall. You can see a pretty good view. This is going to be close to 500 miles by the time we finish. Those are the areas that are most important. After we're completed that should be done pretty close to next year. It'll be over 400 miles, and we think we can get it close to 500 miles by the end of next year, depending on certain terrain conditions. But we're doing all of the most important areas. We have a lot of natural barriers like mountains and streams and rivers, and some pretty vicious and violent rivers, actually. But it's an amazing project. And as one of the folks just said, it really is virtually impenetrable. Any walls that were put up would get knocked down very quickly, very easily. This wall is not something that can be really knocked down. I guess anything can, but this is very tough. And it goes down 6 feet. It's 3 and 4 feet wide. The concrete, you see it right here, it's exposed. This wall can't be climbed. This is very, very hard. And what the panel does on top, as I said, is structural, but it's also very hard to get by that panel. Plus, it's designed to absorb heat, so it's extremely hot. The wall is, you won't be able to.
Okay, we are getting a little cut off of the face there, yeah. Okay, it's extremely, it absorbs heat. It's very hot. You can't scale it. What man's secret? Okay. I know that, the thing is, Scissor Fight doesn't ban guests. No. Only when guests come in and just try to crap all over the room does he ban guests. What happened to iVlog, I believe iVlog got bought out by Mark, and iVlog got rid of all their guest chat. And now they bring in guest chat by invitation only. Yeah. No, I don't think Trump contacted Mark on that. And you can't ban guests, exactly. But they can keep guests from coming out by changing the rules. And that's what iBlog did. They made it so you have to authenticate your email address when you become an iBlog guest. We're finding a new guest chat. We haven't found it. Vaughn got rid of their guest chat when we had hundreds of viewers coming in from all around the world. And then they shut it down. And then iBlog did the same thing. We bring so many people in, so we're looking for a new guest chat. Well, he knows who you are, I Love Fries, and he doesn't think you're a legit person. And you made some pretty outrageous statements to me on the show that indicate to me that you may not be legit. So he's just protecting us. Yeah, True Blue says, I think you're right, David. I can't access iBlog via as guest in chat. No, most people can't. The entire system is being shut down. Our chat is just trickling along. We're in like limp mode. Dr. Meow decided to leave when I banned him and then unbanned him. He's done with the show. He badmouths me all the time. I don't suck up to anybody. I try not to allow people to say bad things about people. I never accused Scissor Fight of being Lot Lizard. I just threw that out there one day when he was gone. Yeah, I never accused him of being Lot Lizard. I just said, there's all kinds of scenarios. When you analyze the anonymity of the internet, anything can be. Well, Dr. Meow made a statement that was ridiculous, and I just banned him. So. Well, I'm not here for. That's why Scissor Fight manages the iBlog room. You guys have Vaughn. What's the problem? I would think you'd be okay with that. Trump orders to cut national security staff after whistleblower. Oh, wow. So he wants to get rid of all the NSA from his office now because of the whistleblowing. I wish Trump would stop acting so guilty, It's like he got upset that there was a veritable spy listening to his phone calls. Yeah, because his entire phone call system is a burner phone to Moscow. That's not exactly okay with the CIA or the NSA, I would presume. So Donald Trump is in there making burner phone calls to Ukraine. Oh, hello, yes, I'm no quid pro quo. I want to say this right off the top. No quid pro quo. Now, if you want your $400 million, you're going to have to give me some stuff on Biden. Yeah, but no quid pro quo. We never do quid pro quo. Not done. That was a George H.W. Bush thing. No quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. A new world order. President Donald Trump has ordered a substantial reduction in staff of the National Security Council, according to 5 people familiar with the plans. He's just downsizing them because he doesn't want anyone listening in. And it confronts an impeachment inquiry touched off by a whistleblower complaint related to the agency's work. Dun, 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 dun. The fire hammer. Donald Trump bans anybody who doesn't agree with him. He fires them. But Joe is even more incompetent. Yeah. He openly reaches out and touches the wives of CIA Secret Service agents, rather. Yeah. I heard Secret Service agents were afraid to actually bring their wife to parties that Joe went to. Because he would be grabbing their, beep, 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 beep. So we got Trump, who's accused of grabbing women by the beep, 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 beep. And then Biden, who does grab their shoulders and then other areas of their body. Boy, the American people have a real good choice so far. They've got one pervert versus another pervert. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. And they're both Zionists. They support Israel over our own country's foreign policy. Yeah, in order to join Mar-a-Lago, members must pay initially $200,000 plus $14,000 in annual fees. And that's up almost double what it was before Trump became president. Biden doesn't have an intellect to grab them with. He basically plagiarized a 15-page document, a paper he wrote in law school, and he admitted it. Yeah, he's Mr. Plagiarization. A lot of people can plagiarize their way through college, you know. There's a trick to doing it. I'm not going to tell you the trick because I don't want you to do it. It's better to be original. Anti-Muslim group is hosting a $1,500 per ticket gala at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Hey, there's no law that says you can't be anti-Muslim. Yeah. I know that it's hard for you Democrats, the libtards, to think that people don't always agree with you, and the world should not be controlled by your government socialist actions. But believe it or not, there are people out there that don't agree. That immigration is something, a divine right that everyone should have to come into our country, no matter what. Yeah, they have every right to meet for $1,500 a ticket. Gala. I wonder if they'll have any illegal aliens serving the hors d'oeuvres. You know, Trump found 18 illegal aliens at Mar-a-Lago last year. People are upset, yeah. It's opening his office for pay-for-play association and influence. Yeah, well, we know conflict of interest is going on. Believe me, if conflict of interest was the only thing that we had to worry about with Donald Trump, that would be great. But we've got other national security risks to deal with. Yeah, $1,200 a week at GM, and the striking union workers are out for more. Yeah, the striking employees at the auto giant get $250 a week as opposed to $1,200 per week for a union employee. No wonder GM is willing to get some scabs in there. I would never vote for Navy Lieutenant Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, I would never do that. He uses religion to defend his homosexuality. His morals are atrocious. I agree, Mad Dog. I was upset that Barack Obama violated our Constitution when he, faked his birth certificate. For a while, Barack Obama used to say he was born in Kenya, up until 2007. And then somebody said, oh, by the way, you can't run for president and be born in Kenya. Well, let's be clear. Well, I was born in Honolulu. And then he had his friend, Loretta Fuddy, who was part of the cult that Barack Obama and his mother were involved in, the cult of Cebu in Indonesia. He had her, Loretta Fuddy, as a servant, fake that long-form birth certificate and bring it over after much to do about nothing. And about 2 weeks before the strike in Abbottabad to get Osama bin Laden, coincidentally, 2 weeks before the birth certificate was presented and it was shown, no one was allowed to look at it. And to this day, we believe that the long-form birth certificate was indeed forged. Yes. And Loretta Fuddy died right after that with an extra $100,000 in her bank account. Clearly, they killed her. They got rid of the person that did it. She was terminated. And, yeah, that's why I'm saying we need to prosecute the Obamas. The fact that Trump dropped the birth certificate issue is more than enough proof to me that this man is a deep state player. That in no way are the people of QAnon correct in saying Donald Trump is stopping the deep state. He was ordered to not prosecute Barack Obama because the deep state put Barack Obama in power. That's exactly why he gave up the birther issue. Sarah's doing great. Hey, Joe, how are you? Try to keep your hands off of the women around you, Joe. You got sticky fingers. Hey, we got some sad news here. 4 sleeping homeless men were beaten to death early Saturday morning in a New York City Chinatown. 1 person's in custody. Dang, that's pretty serious. A beating like that. New York City's New York Chinatown. Beaten to death. My goodness.
Custody this morning. Ken Booth has been on the scene gathering information. And Ken, what are police saying now about the weapon used here?
Well, according to police, it was a metal rod, almost like a pole that was used during these killings that happened overnight. You can see right behind me, police are still here. It's still a very active scene. And we do have some video to show you from earlier this morning. Check this out. Police say around 2 this morning, a 24-year-old man beat 4 homeless men to death with a metal pipe-like weapon here in Chinatown. Now, officers say the attacks happened in 2 places. The first, near Bowery and Doyer Street. Officers found a homeless man dead with severe trauma to his head. They also found a second homeless man at that location alive but badly injured. Now, the second attack happened moments later and down the street, where police found 3 homeless men beaten to death. Now, neighbors here tell me the homeless people here in this area usually keep to themselves, so they're shocked to hear that this happened. Now, again, police say the 24-year-old man in custody may be homeless as well. Police have recovered that weapon. He is...
I can't bear any more of it. Yeah, it's too much to handle. Wow. That's sad, you know. And nobody even cares about those poor guys living in the homeless. I implored Mark Zuckerberg today in my tweet to give cash out to homeless people and get rid of all that money he has. Yeah. You'd be surprised what homeless people will do with a $100 bill. Dave, the crimes are happening faster than they can be uploaded. I wouldn't doubt it. Things are intensifying. Michelle Obama said, "I'll never forgive Trump for putting my family's safety at risk by pushing the birther conspiracy." That doesn't even deign my response. Michelle Obama is a fraud. She's a dude. She's a transgender. And I'll have her in front of we'll definitely have a grand jury investigation, and she'll have to drop his drawers and show the judges that he's packing. Yeah, just like Bill Clinton had to show his penis to the grand jury. Michael will have to show his penis to the grand jury as well. And I don't even want to be there. I don't want to see it. But somebody's going to have to see the truth, that this dude has lied to us. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a jury of his peers. Let's just put it that way. We got a death threat here from the guy who keeps courting us, saying he gets money to threaten us. You see that? Huh. And it's amazing because I'd rip that guy apart. It would be pathetic if he were to try to touch me. Now we have another death threat. No, I think a jury of African American transgenders would be appropriate. And they all be going, "Wow, well, look at you. You're looking good." No, it's not him. We have another documented death threat. My one finger punch would do it. Yeah. Well, you know, I could lament the loss of life of the homeless men that no one even knows died, but you know, where do you go with that? Yeah. Well, let's be clear. But Joe Biden grabbed Michelle by the penis? I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't want to negate the fact that this fraud pushed 8 years in front of us, and we wasted with Michelle and Brock acting like they were courting each other in a happy way.
I'll give you a break so you can see the Brady house renovated.
Okay, I want to see the Brady Bunch house. Oh, video appears to contradict Warren's suggestion that the school fired her over pregnancy. Okay, Dark Engine, thanks. I'll look at that in just a bit. Warren's a liar. Wow, they did it.
All kinds of things. David's looking at the renovated Brady
exactly
house.
The Brady
yeah.
Bunch. Oh my gosh, right down to the furniture. That's amazing.
Yes, Sarah is here. Well, Joe Biden would like to think he's in chat. Oh my goodness, Scissor fight. 4 sleeping homeless men beaten to death early Saturday morning in New York City's Chinatown. And 1 is persons in custody, according to police. Yeah, sure, True Blue. I'm so easily trolled, I believe that.
It looks just like the Brady Bunch house. It's amazing.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
It looks
pretty
just
cool.
like, oh my gosh. Marsha.
They had to do, they had to get like custom wallpaper because
Yeah.
they didn't make the wallpaper anymore.
And they got never before seen footage. Wow. A very Brady renovation. This is exciting. The high point of my life right now. The Brady Bunch.
What are you talking about? America, the best one? Oh, there was a plagiarism scandal when Joe Biden tried to run for president in 1988.
He's had a bad run all along. He never really got enough votes. So now for him to be leading the pack shows you how they've dropped so far. But a guy who could barely even get on the ticket, the primary, is now leading.
Wow.
They say Warren's leading, but you know that's going to that's
Yes, Chinese man, that is true, and I was there when David got put in a headlock. And I'm sorry I didn't do anything about it.
It was atrocious. This guy just stepped right behind me and grabbed me by the head and threatened to kill me. And an attorney didn't do anything. Nobody did anything. I couldn't believe it.
I didn't do anything.
I told the guy that well, I'm not going to talk about it because I'm writing my book.
I think you've talked about it enough. I mean,
I haven't
not
said,
enough, but
I haven't said some particulars out loud because I'm waiting to put it in my book.
not enough. Well, Hunter Biden jeopardized his father's campaign, something in the New Yorker.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's safe to say a lot of this is Hunter Biden related. So.
Joe Biden's son is under scrutiny for his business dealings and tumultuous personal life. Obama White House aide said that Hunter was on the loose, potentially undermining his father's message. Okay, Biden wrote a book about the death 2 years earlier of his 46-year-old son, Beau, describing how it threatened to undo him, but ultimately brought his family closer. Beau, his father writes, was Joe Biden 2.0, war veteran, a prosecutor, a promising politician who had all the best of me, but with the bugs and flaws engineered out. Joe Biden is 76. Wow.
Yes, and wow, that's an amazing close match. And Bernie Sanders is 78. Now the beneficiary of a heart attack. Bummer. That betting is something. This place is
But
amazing.
yet the family story that Joe Biden writes tells in Promise Me, Dad, a year of hope, hardship, and purpose, glosses over a central character in Biden's life. He's pretty sure Beau would run for president someday, and with his brother's help, he would win. Hunter Biden, who's 49, is described as a supportive, sibling. In speeches, Biden rarely talks about Hunter, but news outlets on the right and mainstream media organizations have honed in on him, reprising old controversies about his work for a bank, for a lobbying firm, and for a hedge fund, scrutinizing his business dealings in China and Ukraine. There's little question that his proximity to power shaped the arc of his career. That is, the former aide told him, Hunter is a super rich terrain. But Trump and some of his allies, in their eagerness to undermine Biden's candidacy and possibly to deflect attention from their own ethical lapses, have gone to extreme lengths promoting without evidence dubious narrative that Biden used the office of the vice president to advance and protect his son's interests. Hunter has struggled for decades with alcohol addiction and drug abuse. He went through an acrimonious divorce from his first wife and had a subsequent relationship with Bo's widow, Hallie. He was recently sued for child support from an Arkansas woman who claimed he's the father of her child. He's denied having sexual relations with that woman. On May 17th, the day before he planned to appear at one of his father's rallies in Pennsylvania, Breitbart published a story based on a Prescott, Arizona police report from 2016 that named Hunter as a suspect in a possible narcotics offense. Jill Biden introduced her husband. She said, the Biden family's ready. We will do this as always, as we have as a family. And so there's Ashley Biden, Hunter's half-sister, Ashley's husband, Bo's children, Hunter's 3 daughters. And the last seat in the row with a piece of paper on it said reserved remained empty. He said he missed his father's event. Bo and I have been there since we were carried in baskets during his first campaign. We went everywhere with him. At every single major event and every small event that had to do with his political career, I've been there. Okay. Well, this New Yorker article goes on, and I feel like I'm missing the chat. Not his dad's ex. He had a relationship with his brother's widow. His brother died. Hunter's brother died, and he had sex with his brother's widow. Is he married again to Melissa Cohen? Is that his brother's widow? Something like that? Melissa Cohen. Maybe he was trying to console her. I don't really know. I do know I have too many things open on my computer, so I'll start closing them out.
Don't close the thing with the series of YouTube videos. Any YouTube videos, keep that.
What about this foreign donors to Clinton Foundation?
You can get rid of that. Ukraine was the largest donors to the Clinton Foundation of all foreign governments.
Oh, and when Jimmy Carter left office, his peanut business was $1 million in debt.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Oh, definitely had a problem getting the peanuts to market. A lot of them rotted on the shelf, because I couldn't get out to harvest them. I was too busy
I can remove this. Trump was forced to take down the Nickelback video.
Yes, you can take that down. Trump should sue them because he's allowed to play 12 seconds of Nickelback legally. It's ridiculous for them to pull 12 seconds of Nickelback. The Imagine album clearly went against Yoko Ono. It's a story of a man named Brady. It's like, whoa. It's like we're watching a different era. Da, 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 da. It's a story of Marsha Brady and her new house of Angela. They did a very good job of duplicating that house. Man.
Yeah, exactly. They did. So I can look at the Melissa Cohen facts. Does the generic setup mean we won't be watching any videos? No, I'm sure David will play some videos for you. We'll be fine. I just can't. I don't have two screens, so I couldn't. While I was looking at some articles, I didn't see what you guys were typing. All right, Tiddly D made $60 in 2 hours today. It was great. You're able to take the rest of the day off. Nice. You like figured out how much you need to make, and then that's it. It's kind of nice if you can do that. Figure out how much you need to do, and then that's it. Ooh, kind of creepy, Misanthropy. Do you like watching the videos, Final Dream? Am I bored? No. Am I bored here with nothing else to do? Is that why I keep coming back on? Maybe a little bit. Well, I knew David was watching that Brady show, so I was like, oh, okay. So funny, because on one of the channels, I don't have cable at my house, and then on one of the channels was that Hunger Games and Catching Fire series was on. It was on. They were playing it when I was in DC, and I was watching it, and now I'm watching it again. Kind of funny. Okay. You have every show you could ever want to watch. But of course, because he's doing the show, I'm watching that show muted. And I thought that the Brady show, I was giving David a break because I thought the Brady show was like over. But anyway, I don't know what it is.
Hello, welcome to the show. Yes, gee, your hair smells terrific.
Make sure you're not muted. I had it muted.
I know. Hey, take a shower. You know, they've got a great shower. You know, the best part about using hotel rooms is their showers, I think. Yeah. Just a casual hangout with Dave. Yeah. VP Joe Biden, you're acting kind of perverted. Are you, are you on Viagra or something? Joe Biden looks like a man who's got like an IV triple drip of Viagra going into his body. You're probably on that Viagra Cialis shooter. Yes, we want to know, are you the real Joe Biden? Because we are a little concerned about your race right now. Well, I got to tell you, VP Joe Biden, you have your opportunity in this world to come clean and openly admit to the world that you got your son a great job. And just come out and just say, I love my son. And yes, he deserved a great job. I helped him get a great job. Just say it outright. It's not illegal to get your son a job. Nothing to be ashamed of. Just like Trump, took all that money from Russian oligarchs. He got away with it. How much they want for that, Mad Dog? 3 terabyte in terminal. It should be like $65. I know. That's what I'm saying, Joe. A lot of people are giving you a pass, and I am too. I don't hold it against you that you had that terrible situation with your son. No, it's perfectly fine. I don't think that you did anything wrong getting your son a really great job. And let's face it, I mean, your family, your son married, or he's living involved with your other son, Bo, your late son, Bo's wife. And, I know you're a Zionist, Joe, and in the Zionist belief, in Jewish, actually the Torah suggests that when a man, this is fact, when a man loses or dies, his wife is fair game to the brother. You know that, right? That's considered the most highest rabbinical teaching. I knew Jewish people when I was younger. I know you're not Jewish, but you are a Zionist. Yes, self-admitted Zionist. So I don't think that's a big deal either. Hey, I don't care if you were patting those kids down in public, as long as you didn't touch anything illegal, you're okay, right? Yeah. There was that one instance where you were reaching toward a little girl, but it looked like you didn't know where your hand was going, and it was the girl was pulling back as you reached. We have that on video. We do. But you're claiming you were looking for any potential problems with security. You made $60 in 2 hours. Good job, man. Nice. Well, I'm not worried about the allegations. I want to know about the film you made with your daughter Ashley. Could you explain what that is? Is that like a family film or something? Well, you walked up to that 13-year-old girl and said how horny you were, and we have that on camera. And you told her you said how horny she made you feel. Now that's not going to play well when the audio is cleaned up, you know that. But it's not illegal to say that, technically, I guess. But then you said, what about you ought to see the film about my daughter Ashley. What about your daughter? And not Ashley. Ashley. We want to know about the film, Joe. What is it of? Yeah. What were you doing with your daughter Ashley in the film? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, we have a history lesson from the Ohio State football team. Here we go. The rocket takes off, heads to the moon. Look at that. This is amazing. Lunar landing module lands on the moon. First man walking on the face of the moon. Wow. Oh. This is as real as it gets. See, we land on the moon. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Da 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 da. See, there's proof now that we land on the moon. They wouldn't have done it if it hadn't been proven. You have to believe that. You are required to believe that, or else you'll face penalties of being called a conspiracy theorist. The film you made with Ashley was only a documentary about our family history. Really? Well, you won points on credibility, Joe. You know I'm courting the VP position for either you or Donald, and you realize that if you chose me as a VP, it would be a big, huge move for you. Yeah. It would be big. I have to explain to the American people why I did a blackface video. I have no problem with that, but if you can put me in the right position, I can definitely help you. I can bring up all the issues that you're afraid to talk about, like legalization of marijuana. We differ on that. You think it should be a misdemeanor? I say no. I'm not high, no. I'm just trying to control my stomach so that the burrito lands properly in my intestines. I am doing a white face right now, yes. So just fielding the idea of running for either VP for you, Biden, or Donald Trump, I'm more than willing to flex in either direction. Thank you. Look at Trudeau, a harmless video. I know. You know, and I want to tell you, Joe, we got really Joe Biden in here. I want to tell you that the situation is such that you bought a 2-pound burrito. Wow, that's too much. You get acid reflux from that. The thing is, Joe, I was one of the only people that tweeted on your website when you ran in 2008. You go back to the records if you have them, but I was the only guy that tweeted. I was actually not tweeting, I was posting. I was on your blog. Yeah, I'm the only guy that posted on your blog. So I have a natural affinity for you. I like you. I like your style. I think you're an amazing guy. If we have a situation where Trump is impeached and Pence takes over, that would be a nightmare scenario. Donald would be smart to pick me as a VP right now and just clear the slate and get an environmentally conscious candidate to jump on board. Yeah. And I still strongly support the fence. As you know, it's my idea. Believe me, Joe is not, he doesn't swing that way. You can tell Joe's a heterosexual. And I am too. Hey, Chinese man is threatening my life. Let's go ahead and, that's logged in and the NSA has a copy of it? Okay, good. We've got the NSA in there. Okay, so your location will be triangulated within the hour. You may want to tell your mom, Chinese man, that there'll be a man in a black outfit coming to your front door in about 2 or 3 hours to arrest you. Hey, Cookie, how are you? Pence believes that he is invoked, he is Jesus incarnate, essentially. You know, I like the fact that you don't have a net worth more than $1 million, Joe. You know that Bernie Sanders has a greater net worth than you do? You are a man of the people. I love that about you. You're a guy who grew up in a small town, labor, union town. I mean, you're amazing. Aside from the fact that you've got all this corruption scandal to deal with your son. Yeah, just defend it. Just say, hey, you know, I did what any good father would do. I got my son a good job, good career. It straightened out his life. He's better. He's more on track now than he's ever been. He's even dating your ex-son's wife. Yeah. I think it's great. And it's great we could have a candid conversation. Thanks, Joe, but I don't want to interrupt other people, too. He tells Misanthropy, I believe the possibility of world peace and would only drop bombs on another country to make peace and stop terrorism. Wow. He's strong on defense. Joe's having a full meltdown on Twitter. Okay, let's go there.
How is that not a conflict of interest?
It's not a conflict of interest. There's been no indication of any conflict of interest from Ukraine or anywhere else. Period. I'm not gonna respond to that. Let's focus on the problem. Focus on this man, what he's doing that no president has ever done. No president.
How is your role as vice president in charge of policy in Ukraine and your son's job in Ukraine? How is that not a conflict of interest?
It's not a conflict of interest. There's been no indication of any conflict of interest from Ukraine or anywhere else. Period. I'm not gonna respond to that. Let's focus on the problem.
Good. Excellent work, Joe. You handled that press conference perfectly. I don't care what they characterize you. You are a man who handles life with absolute gusto. Absolutely. Yeah, like he never said anything to his son. Good point, True Blue. I don't think getting mad and yelling is freaking out. No, Donald Trump does the same damn thing. You know, of all the Democrats, Joe, you're the only one who could stand up to Trump. I mean that too. You're not afraid to stand up for Americans. And the nice thing about you is you've got the experience of being a vice president. People like that. They like that authority that you exert. Yeah, it makes people feel a little more comfortable. The biggest problem with impeaching Donald Trump. Oh, he took off? Okay, well, anyway, he'll watch this from outside the room. The biggest problem with impeaching Donald Trump is the country doesn't know where to go. So if Joe keeps stepping up, it'll move right into that spot. We're both concerned about the two-party system, yeah. It's got corruption built into it. Term limits, exactly, Daryl. Term limits would be the way to go. Scoop, Trump pins Ukraine call on Energy Secretary Rick Perry. Oh, we knew he'd be throwing somebody under the bus. There you go. Trump he's got to sidestep the accusation that he's the guy that started the Ukraine call, and he dropped it onto Rick Perry, the C- graduate from college. He had a few D's too. All right. Rick Perry, whose presidential candidacy was derailed when they found out he had a very bad report card in his college years. Okay, so Trump pins Ukraine call on Energy Secretary Rick Perry. Wow. Well, it's probably a smart move to pin it on Rick. Throw him under the bus, Donald. He told the House Republicans that he made his now infamous phone call to Ukrainian president. Hey, honey. Make sure everything's good there. Okay. Call Trump claimed he didn't even want to make. The Trump made these comments during a conversation call with House members on Friday, according to 3 sources on the call. Yeah, and then he threw Perry into the mix and said something to the effect, not a people now this, but I didn't even want to make the call. The only reason I made the call was because Rick Perry asked me to. Okay, now we're getting to, Donald's got a good cover story here. Something about an LNG liquefied natural gas plant. One source said, recalling the president's comments. 2 other sources confirmed the first source's recollection. All right. The president's remarks suggest he may be seeking to distance himself from responsibility or recast the pretext for the call. Another source in the call said Trump added that more of this will be coming out in the next few days, referring to Perry. Okay, good. But worth noting, text messages released this week between Trump and Andrew Yermak, a top aide to Zelensky, suggest that Trump's personal lawyer, Giuliani, was a primary advocate for arranging the call. There's no mention in the text messages of Perry playing a role in making this call happen. And between the lines, Perry, who's reportedly resigning by the end of this year, has become increasingly embroiled in congressional Democratic impeachment inquiries. In May, Perry led a U.S. delegation to Ukraine for Zelensky's inauguration in place of VP Mike Pence, and Democrats have begun to press Perry for more information about the trip and his conversations with Ukrainian leaders. Perry told the Christian Broadcasting Network on Friday that, as God is my witness, neither Joe or Hunter Biden's name ever came up. Wow. So Perry he appears to have been involved, but he wasn't making calls about Hunter Biden. But Trump would like us to believe that. Well, the truth will eventually come out, won't it? Thank you for that link. Excellent. Excrement. That's a very good link. Well, great. We had a visit from Vice President John. Yeah, that's right. Joe Biden has come into our room and he gave his 2 bits. Appreciate him coming in. That was nice of him. We've had Trump and Giuliani watching our room as well, which is kind of exciting. A lot of my ideas have been taken. Oh, you're back. You must have got kicked off. VP, I understand. You believe the president should be allowed to talk to other countries. How else can we have the possibility for world peace if people don't communicate? Words speak louder than a war, plus no one gets hurt or killed. But what President Trump did was for all the wrong reasons. Well, VP Joe Biden, we heard from Judge Napolitano of Fox Media, and he said that they definitely have Trump saying he asked a favor. The question is, was that favor dirt on Joe? Dirt on you, Joe. Yeah. Because I'm not here to mince words with the amount of money that Joe got or for his son Hunter Biden, or even if he was involved in getting him the job. We don't know that. Yeah, that hasn't been proven yet. Yeah, we don't know he gave his. We know that they managed to find opportunity in Hunter. We know that the Ukrainian gas companies were courting the Democrats. I believe they employed Nancy Pelosi's son too. Joe, you're winning me over right now. I'm seeing you and I as a team. Yeah, Trump hasn't even come into the show and approached me like you have. Yeah. And I sense a connection with you. I do. Now, Donald has the power to act like a mob boss, and wielding that power is something he's done. So, Joe, you made a good point. No, I never sued anyone. I responded to a suit. I ostensibly responded to a lawsuit. Misanthropy, I'm sitting here wondering, being I'm a centrist, I can go in either direction. I'm wondering which of the 2 candidates is the most potential winner here. And I got to tell you, after this whole thing blew up with Trump and the Ukrainian thing, and now that Nancy Pelosi's standing up to the whole thing and pushing, her leverage toward resolving this, I know. I agree with you, Joe. There's no harm in getting the Ukrainian government to get your son a job. I hear you. Just like it's no problem for Donald Trump to try to get dirt on you from the Ukrainian government, except for the fact that he may have used leverage. That's where he violated the law. It's funny, the news media is running around Shepard Smith saying, oh yeah, Trump's doing it again. He's trying to reach out to China now. Yeah, Trump can do that, Shepard. Trump can reach out to China and try to get dirt on Biden. Absolutely. As long as it's not a quid pro quo. And everyone knows that Joe has every right to continue pressing for impeachment too, and keep stridently moving in that direction, because your voice is the loudest heard on that issue. Warren doesn't come in on that issue. Beto doesn't come in on that issue. People voted the Democrats' win in 2018 was to get impeachment on the ground, get it rolling. People didn't vote the Democrats into office in 2018 so they want amnesty for illegal aliens. The problem with the illegal alien situation is very delicate, but we do, in my opinion, need a barrier. Otherwise, we'll have a mass exodus of people out of Mexico City into the U.S., and nobody will know what to do. What if there's an earthquake down there? Absolutely. Well, we all know, Joe, that Trump's involvement in rigging the election, knowing about it, according to Robert Mueller, in advance of the actual election. Heck, the FBI told him that he got help from the Russians 2 days before he did the inaugural address, and he didn't tell the press. He didn't tell the FBI that he'd been working collaterally with the Russians. He even hired a Russian oligarch to run his campaign, Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort's trial never went to stage 2. Mueller dropped that, even though Paul Manafort had violated the plea agreement, making it seem like Mueller is protecting Trump. There's something there, too. I heard about the 4 homeless men brutally killed in New York in a rampage. 24-year-old has been arrested. Hi, Cookie. Welcome. Yeah, so Trump is trying to dump this on Rick Perry, like it's his idea. And Rick Perry never talked, according to Rick Perry in his statement on the Christian Broadcasting Network, he never, ever mentioned Hunter Biden to the Ukrainian president. So even if Rick Perry was talking about gas lines and gas trade with Ukraine, which is his job, not mentioning Hunter means that the Hunter thing must have come up, not mentioning Joe. The Joe thing must have come up secretly on the side with Trump, or Giuliani. And Zelensky rightfully stayed away from Giuliani, did not get a meeting going with him. So if the Democrats can prove that favor that Trump wanted from Zelensky was in fact the only way he'd get his $400 million, then that is an impeachable offense. I hear you. BP Joe Biden is convinced that Trump is evil, pure evil, and he hope he doesn't win in 2020. Well, I appreciate you that you feel that way, Joe, and I too share your values. I was raised Catholic, but I must tell you that you're not the only one who said that Trump is pure evil. Tony Schwartz, the writer of The Art of the Deal, the ghostwriter. Don't put Joe on the spot, Misanthropy. He's going to be making decisions as he goes along. He's in a lot of debate right now with various people, I'm sure. If this thing goes the distance, Biden, you'll come out smelling like a rose, because Tony Schwartz said that Tony Schwartz said that Donald Trump is the closest to pure evil he's ever met. This is the guy who wrote his book, Art of the Deal. Well, I've always felt that every man in America has the right to at least be heard. And in case you didn't know, Joe, the networks we broadcast on have been censoring me heavily. And the mainstream media has a gag order on mentioning me to anybody. So wherever you are in your campaign, I'd certainly jump on board, pick up wherever you want me to start. But that offer also stands to Donald Trump, even though he's pure evil in your eyes. Because right now, we're in a desperate strait to find some middle ground where we can all agree, even if it is to disagree. I don't want to align with pure evil if Donald Trump is indeed evil. I don't know that, but I can take your word, and process it. Paralyzed man walks using brain-controlled robotic suit. That's pretty interesting. Look at that. This is cool. Wow, if only Christopher Reeves was around when this happened, Amazing. Paralyzed man walks using brain-controlled robotic suit. Let's take a look. I don't do commercials. Okay, well, I'll assume that that's what he did. There he is. He's walking. Great. Over 2 years, he trained the algorithm to understand his thoughts and progressively increase the movements he could make. Wow. So he uses an algorithm that receives thoughts from his biofeedback machine. Researchers from the University of Grenoble in France, Biomedical Research Center Clinectic, and the CEA Research Center implanted recording devices on either side of Thibault's head, between the brain and the skin, to span the sensorimotor cortex, the area of the brain that controls motor function and sensation. You have one of those installed in your head too, Joe? Did they do that? Are they monitoring you? You don't have to answer that. That might be incriminating. Well, you're doing very, very well, just so you know. You have mastered the, whoa, breaking news. That's too heavy. Okay. Melissa Cohen is Hunter Biden's wife. They were married on May 16th in LA. Hunter had, until April, been in a relationship with his brother's beau's widow, Hallie. Oh, okay. He's kind of gotten involved with a young lady, Melissa Cohen. Well, that's nice. You know, he's staying out of the news, that's for sure. If I win 2020, I'm going to start giving Americans their freedom back. Less censorship and more freedom. I like that. Good. You're going to crack down on corrupt politicians and law enforcement? That's winning me over, Joe. You don't have anything installed in your head? Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, what guy doesn't enjoy a few, views of a nice brassiere, right? Hey, Scissorfight said, tell Joe Biden to post a tweet about you, Dave. Let's see if he's real. There you go. Scissorfights wanted to check to see if you're real. If you post a tweet, our tweet experts will see it. That'll be a true test that you're willing to bridge this gap of censorship. Mention David Sponheim in your tweet. Yeah, it's up to you. But we will be watching. Be sure to follow Joe Biden, Scissorfight. Yeah, we're not really sure if the people we talk to are real, and it's nice to know that, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. But that would firmly verify. Gladly, you'll get the word out. Excellent. Well, I've had a vision in my mind that it'll go in either direction. Being I'm a former Democrat of 30 years, and I do believe that, we do need to protect gun rights and mold the Democratic Party around gun rights as opposed to gun control. We can hold the line, because gun control doesn't play well in politics. We won't win any conservative votes if we want gun control, Joe. Misanthropy says, don't troll Biden, Scissor. We don't want him to consider Dave as a VP. Well, Scissorfight just wants to be verifying that we are indeed talking to Joe. But the good thing that we have a conversation, and whenever you want to chat, I'll be here in the evening. So, thank you, Joe. Joe said Americans should be allowed to keep their gun rights. That wins my belief, and that's where I believe the Democratic Party should take itself. They keep talking about how the Democrats should be more concerned about leftist issues like Bernie's talking about. Medicare for all. We can't afford Medicare for all. I like the public option. I know you do too. So it works for us. Medicaid for all already exists, so we've got that going for us. Is it 8:34 right now? 8:37, great. David, we can't afford foreign aid for all. Okay, great. No, we can't. I do believe that Bernie's going to have a abbreviated schedule, push and tow. I know, Scissorfight, you don't believe anything is really happening here. You don't believe we're being censored by Mark, and he's You believe he's still poor and doesn't have any money. I know. We can disagree on that. I think Bernie's going to have an abbreviated schedule. I know my dad, it took 6 weeks for him to have 2 stents installed and get back on his feet, and he was walking like a kitten, you know. It's not exactly an easy fix. You feel a lot better, from what my father said. You feel 100% better, but it's getting your wind up and all that. It takes a while. Yeah, we got the Trump pinning the Ukraine call on Energy Secretary Rick Perry, rather. It's crazy. Galveston police release body cam video of controversial horseback arrest. Okay, let's take a look at the horseback arrest from Galveston. Galveston, oh Galveston. Horseback arrest coming up right now. I'm not getting the audio, but the body cam is there. Huh. Got 3 minutes of a horseback arrest, really? We're going back to the good old days, 1800s. Oh, okay, so he's arresting the guy from the horseback.
You've been arrested here multiple times for a criminal trespass, and you know that. Well, I told him about what Banks said, and he said, no, keep arresting people.
Okay, it's a little bit the boring side, so I'm sure that's interesting to somebody, but not really me. Thank you. Yeah, we got Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden in the chat room, everybody, allegedly. So, you have anxiety? Well, don't come in and troll the show. Did you change your sleeping pattern? Yeah, I did. You like to go swims at night in your pool? Oh gosh, Joe, we should hang out. We could swim together. I love to swim. It's one of my favorite activities. Today I swam 40 laps in this motel. And that was a bathtub. No, I swam it was a small pool, but I swam 40 laps. It was good. Yes, please don't slander the president. No, Joe Biden has never smoked crack. My gosh. Did I say the president? I'm sorry, Joe. I was a little bit forward there. I had you framed as the president there. Yeah, I know you want to be president. I've seen it in every one of your speeches since 1976. You started public service in 73, is that right? I think Bernie should get his life back. He can do real well with those stents installed, but don't get ahead of himself. If his people want him to run, get that name up there in the nomination run. The problem with Bernie is he didn't even announce his name at a critical time. It was the Bernie moment, and his wife walked up to him and said, "Tell him you're nominating." And then he just bailed out of that, and he just didn't want to put his name in the nomination in 2016, and then Hillary won it. Yeah. Thanks for coming in, Joe. I appreciate it. It's always good to have a former vice president coming into the show and hanging out with us. All right. What else is the news? Well, I guess we've covered some territory. I'm in kind of a limp mode here because I've got the laptop here in the motel, but this is a very disturbing video about Elizabeth Warren, the known liar who lied about her Cherokee ancestry interest, and she still is running the race. Like, we all know you're a complete liar, Elizabeth. You should be prosecuted. Video appears to contradict Warren's suggestion that school fired her over pregnancy. Oh, wow. Let's take a look.
2020 hopeful Senator Elizabeth Warren touting a tentative deal to unionize her campaign, saying, quote, "I'm proud that my campaign has reached an equitable agreement. Every worker who wants to join a union, bargain collectively, and make their voice heard should have a chance to do so." Well, this comes after Bernie Sanders faced a battle with unionized workers over wages in his campaign. So could Warren face the same fate? Here to weigh in, radio talk show host Howie Carr. Good morning, Howie.
Good morning, Ed. I don't think she's going to have the same kind of problems. Her campaign is flush with cash, and this is a form of virtue signaling. As you know, she's running around the country telling all of her audiences in her stump speeches, "I was a public school teacher in Texas. 50 years ago in Texas, I doubt there were too many unions." So this is a way of getting some kind of union credibility. This is virtue signaling. But having said that, I mean, I don't think political campaigns are really the place for unions. It's when you join a political campaign on either side of the political spectrum, it's almost like joining a cult. You're seeking an entry-level position to get into one of the most lucrative fields in American society,
Sure.
which is government, and this is, you're almost like an intern, and you're expected to work long hours. It's, there are fewer skills and credentials.
I hear you. You're supposed to work those long hours. No matter what, pardon me. But on the other hand, these are Democratic candidates who tout unions, and we've got to be fair about this or that. And so they also have to sort of put up or shut up in terms of what they preach. Bernie Sanders had to actually cut hours to pay staffers the $15 minimum wage. The Des Moines Register saying, quote, "For a staffer working 40 hours a week,
Okay, I was just rehearsing my statement. Elizabeth Warren has done this before. Not only was she a minority professor at Harvard, but she also received hundreds of thousands during that time period, claiming she was Cherokee Indian. She now claims that she was a special needs teacher and lost her job because she was pregnant. She showed her pregnancy, and the evidence contradicts that. So, yeah, I was just giving you my 2 bits. Anybody who can read lips. Okay, so VP Biden is now saying he wants to legalize marijuana. It's much safer than cigarettes. Right, I agree. I'm not. No, I never thought I heard you. You said recently you wanted to make it a misdemeanor. Are you willing to go and legalize it nationwide instead? You're thinking of changing your position?
Well, I guess it's reveal day. You want me to give you
Reveal day? Oh, yeah. No need to get up. Why?
Brady reveal?
Oh.
Oh, never mind. It's the next.
It's okay. I can wait. I'm good. I've got Joe Biden in the room here, so I'm going to go with that. And Scissor Fight's going, yeah, right, Dave. Sure. Uh-huh. Good. Joe Biden is, this is breaking news, folks. Joe Biden is thinking of actually legalizing marijuana like I am. That's great to hear. I'm really glad you told me that, because we know Trump is never going to legalize pot. That just made me a happy guy hearing you say that, Joe. Thank you. Yes, we're making some progress here. Okay, we got something on Joe Biden's niece. You're going to kick him around, just work him over in the court of public opinion here? All right, everything's fair game, I guess, in love and war. Biden's niece shows remorse after avoiding jail in credit card scam. Wow. Very, very beautiful woman. She shows remorse. Excellent. Former Vice President Joe Biden's once unruly niece has apparently grown up. Carolyn Biden offered a heartfelt apology and promised that her wild child ways were behind her. She had $100,000 on a stolen credit card. Okay, she's admitted to it. She assures us that she made amends, full restitution, completed community service, and nothing this will happen never again. As part of the sweetheart plea deal, her felony conviction was tossed in June for an unauthorized shopping spree at Greenwich Village Pharmacy. She was allowed to plead a lesser charge of petite larceny. She had to pay full restitution of $110,810.04. I love the children. I'm still working with a volunteer service program now, and it's been very fulfilling. Did you want to talk to Joe? Get a chance to talk to the president, vice president? You don't think it's him?
Sure.
Oh, she's a doubting Thomas. She doesn't think it's you. Hang on, I've got this plastered all over my face here. There we go. Yeah, she doesn't believe any of this is happening. It's kind of amazing, and the world gets to watch too, because we have hundreds of millions of viewers, Joe. Yeah, we're rebroadcast all across the internet. So yes, Joe helped his niece out. Any parent or uncle would do the same. She learned from her mistake. Thank you, Joe. You know, he says great minds think alike, Mr. Spana. You know, I've always liked Joe Biden. You know that, Sarah, right?
I liked him until I saw that video of him, but maybe that was a deep fake.
It could have been a deep fake video, whatever you saw, but remember, Joe's never done anything physically improper. There's no evidence he's ever done anything physically improper with anyone. Whereas Donald Trump has had Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, blah, blah, blah. No one ever talks about Joe Biden cheating on his wife, do they? No. See? Yeah, see, you're actually...
Do you want to do this reveal thing?
I can watch it from here, if you pivot it my way. I'm looking at the Brady Bunch reveal. They've redone the renovated house. They made a perfectly accurate renovation of the Brady Bunch house for some of the Brady members to live in. A couple of them actually want to live in this house. Oh, believe me, I believe you. Joe Biden said Trump has many demons in his closet. You know, I read the transcript on the Justice for Katie deposition. You probably got a chance to look at that. Well, he didn't touch little girls in a way that would be inappropriate. There's nothing out there that it can prove that he touched he didn't do that inappropriately. That's right. He may have put his hands on their shoulders and reached down and said hi, but yeah, there's nothing you can pin on him except for that one conversation with a 13-year-old girl. But that's not, you know, we're just trying to vet all of the things here. But Trump had the Justice for Katie deposition, and yeah, I read the deposition when Katie was filing it. Okay, VP Biden said, those are things I know about President Trump. There are things I know about President Trump that would shock the world, but for security purposes, I'm not allowed to say. Fair enough, Joe. Thank you for at least alluding to that. Well, the thing is, you know, folks, I'm going to put Joe Biden's chat on the road. I really do believe we have the real Joe Biden here, and I do a lot of chatting. I've got over 11 years of experience chatting, and yeah. It looks like Joe's really in the room. So there's his chat. I'm just putting it on the screen for all of you to look at. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're not saying it because we've already shocked enough. Thank you. We've been all shocked about this. And you've got bootleg marijuana vapes tainted with hydrogen cyanide. Did you hear the story about this pesticide they're normally using on grapes? They're using on pot now. It's called Eagle 20, and it creates hydrogen cyanide when it burns. And the government needs to step in and regulate the growth of this, the use of this pesticide. Oh wow, there's Peter Brady. Everybody's looking at the Brady house rebuilt. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yep. So, that's a typical band here. Yeah, well, we don't have to believe everything at all times. Sarah doesn't even have to believe that Joe Biden is in the show talking to me right now, but you're sleepy. Take a night off, man. Get some night. God bless America. Thanks, Joe, for coming in. Appreciate it. That was very nice of you. I feel good night. I feel so much better now that you want to support legalization of marijuana. Yeah, that was a big turning point for me tonight. Sleep well. Things will get better. Yeah. Well, I comb my hair with my hand, so I had another part on the other side that wasn't working, but this works better. It's the shampoo I got. It's the shea butter shampoo from Nigeria. Yeah, that gets a little too fluffy on me. You don't have to get in, honey. It's up to you. I would kind of like to splash some water in my face, though.
Yeah, okay, sure. There's the kitchen.
Oh my gosh, it's the exact replica. And Joe the plumber, if only he was alive, he'd... Oh, that's great. Look at that. Hey, take care, Joe. That's exactly like the kitchen.
No, David did not bring any wigs with him. I realize I've got to get one other thing from the car, and I don't think I'm going to go for a swim tonight, David. Yes, exactly. At least verbally, right, Misanthropy? I mean, he did try to... Anyway. He came in earlier, that VP Joe Biden character. I know David wants to believe that's him, but no, I don't. Push and Toe knows someone in Canada that spent 2 months in the hospital, and he did get a bill for TV and internet only. Yeah. How do you know? Good question, Original Sky Scion. David already knows how I feel, Charlie. I'm not gonna hide how I feel. I mean, he doesn't like it, I'm sure, but that's just what I believe. I don't believe probably most of what I see on the internet. Why don't we do the show at the same time since we're in the same room? It's a little cramped, Misanthropy. It's just a little crowded, and to try to squeeze us sitting in 2 chairs right over here with this green screen. I mean, it's easier at the house, and there's a reason that we're not on the same time at the house either, because we don't believe some of the same things, mainly. That's it. But I suppose what's that word David always says? Oh, I appear like I tacitly agree with what David says, but I don't. Yes, David does his laundry and I do my laundry. Well, we do our laundry together. Hong Kong wearable-based projector to avoid facial recognition. Wow. In Hong Kong, they have a wearable face projector.
Wow. That's scary.
What are your thoughts? Yeah, that is bizarre. It's so that they can, yeah, it does seem like it would blind you if you're wearing it. Who said you needed eyes? Yeah. I agree about the painting the bunch of irregular geometric shapes on your face. That's a good one. You could just do that with like marker or something. I could wear David's face projected onto my face. That's kind of freaky.
Yeah, so there's Susan Olsen. She sure has changed.
I am not a big fan of no. I'm not. I don't think I'm a Dolly Parton fan.
Florence Henderson? Is that Florence Henderson? Oh my gosh, that's Florence Henderson.
I'm sure I have John Bon Jovi.
Oh, right out of the chair.
Yeah, I agree, True Blue. We did go to the moon. Absolutely.
We did
If
great
I did
film.
this, I could have nothing projected on my face. Is it like something?
It's a story of Peter Brady.
Getting a new mobile number in China will involve a facial recognition test. Oh my goodness.
I'll bet they'll come out with a generic face mask that everyone will wear. It'll clear the mustard. I'll bet they'll make a plastic face mask that everybody in China will buy and then just use it to clear the system.
Well, they have this thing that you wear over your head in Hong Kong that like it puts a video on your face.
Oh, it tricks it.
It projects someone else's face onto your face.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I left it up.
Yeah, I want to look like Florence Henderson. She looks pretty good.
It's pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah. It's a Brady reunion.
It's a very Brady reunion.
I met Jan Brady. She's there.
Is there plastic grass?
Yeah, really. You got to wonder if it's AstroTurf. The backyard's identical. Look at that. Oh my
Wow.
gosh. It's the Brady backyard.
The story of a very Brady.
It's Jan and Marsha and everyone.
They did it. They did it.
They did it. They did the exact replica.
They did the Brady Bunch.
Hello, yes. I'm not slouching. I'm not slouching. I have perfect posture. I am watching the Brady Bunch renovated house. It's live on Home and Garden TV. Yeah, that's right. So how can we answer any of your questions now that we have the chat room with no Vice President Biden in here? Anything, anybody concerned? I think we're looking at 50-50 between impeachment or no impeachment at this point. You downloaded the Brady Bunch. It did a lot of propaganda. You know, Peter Brady, actually, I identified with him because I was about the same age as Peter Brady. And he's there at the renovated house right now with Jan, and they're throwing footballs. It's pretty funny. A very Brady renovation is going on. The propaganda that went on during that time period changed the way people are. I mean, when I first was that age, I was wondering, what's it going to be like to date women? And I thought, well, what would Peter Brady do, you know, when he grows up? And He made the right woman. Wearing a projector to avoid face recognition. Look at that. That is amazing. It's a face recognition projector, changing her face as she speaks, altering the dialogue. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. See, there's going to be ways around the facial recognition system, just like people wear air masks right now in Hong Kong, and they're going to try to make that illegal, and it's backfiring. When they tried to make faces illegal, face masks illegal, everybody got real upset, and then now they're out in thousands now protesting. They're just like, you keep pushing for more regulations in a formerly democratic nation state. Obviously, Hong Kong was part of British rule for years, and it was under democratic rule. They're going to have it all backfire right in their face. China doesn't understand. The world is changing, and we're not going toward totalitarianism like they want to. The world wants to be free. The world wants to have individuality. It's a very strong push. It's as strong as the push of entropy versus the control of gravity. I would like to ban chlorine. Yeah, it's used regularly in our water systems. There is strong indication that fluorochlorinated hydrocarbons are contributing to cancer. I spoke with her a couple days ago. Yeah. You're right. If the Democrats get in, it will move toward communism, not socialism. The Democrats are pitching communistic ideas, property ownership, regulations beyond our wildest imagination, removing cars, removing planes from use. The Democrats want to jeopardize the entire infrastructure of our nation, which is foolish. Even their attitude towards Saudi Arabia is xenophobic. They could easily trigger a gas price hike if a Democrat were to lead without knowledge of the delicate balance of power that we have in the region. And Saudi Arabia is a big part of our ally network. We also work with Israel. And I don't condemn Israel per se. I just don't want Israel to run our foreign policy and make us get involved in more wars around them. And there's more than enough evidence that we are seeing our government do the bidding of Israel in almost every area. And that's not necessary. In order to be objective in that region, we have to back away from a extreme love affair that Donald has with Israel. But here I was talking to Joe Biden. He's a Zionist. I don't have a hatred toward Zionists. I just don't want that to be the dominant policy for our country. Yeah, you could. If the Democrats were to be elected, gas prices would double. They'd make a big deal about Khashoggi, and Saudi Arabia would be pissed. They don't even have DNA evidence that Khashoggi was in that suitcase all chopped up in a bag. That's never been confirmed. Okay, Master Meatball laid it out. We could have everything suspended when both parties want to have power, and then they have a martial law scenario. What happened in the USSR is being planned to happen in the USA. Interesting. A breakup of our nation state. It could be true. I mean, Russia... This is a squeaky chair. Russia did cave into the mob rule in that country. You can see Vladimir Putin takes his orders from Russian oligarchs, or vice versa. Yeah, we are kind of seeing the New World Order try to crush our nation state. But what if we have a leadership structure that preserves our nation state, that doesn't kowtow to a New World Order like the Democrats want to do, that doesn't support global climate change legislation which involve taxing you, the individual, for something you didn't do. I'm watching the Brady house as we speak. No, that's kind of cool. McCormick reportedly kept saying, "I feel like I'm on stage 5 at the Paramount lot." Yeah, they did a masterful job of renovating. The renovation experts on Home and Garden TV created the actual living room of the Brady Bunch right here. We just saw that. The very Brady renovation. Yeah, it's sad that that's news for Sustainable Saturday, but yeah, that's the big news here. Yeah, gas is under $3 in some places in the country. We're paying right around $3.16 here in Washington. $3.16 to $3.30. Yeah, folks, the key witness in the Amber Geiger trial was murdered. Very strange story here. Let's take a look at that. "58-minute coverage." I'm going to pass on that. Botham Jean's neighbors Joshua Brown, a key witness in the murder trial of Dallas police officer Amber Geiger, was shot and killed last night. Wow. Huh. You got to wonder if this is revenge. Maybe Amber had a few police officers that were, big supporters of her. Yeah, you're paying $2.14 a gallon in your state? Wow. That was about as low as I've seen.
Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with a news alert. Joshua Brown, who was Botham Jean's neighbor and a key witness in the murder trial of Dallas police officer Amber Geiger, he was shot and killed last night. Currently, there are no suspects and no motive. So again, Botham Jean's neighbor, Joshua Brown, a key witness in the trial.
Okay, no suspects. We got it. You repeated yourself. Thank you. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not going to worry about it. Tests show bootleg marijuana vapes tainted with hydrogen cyanide. Yep, just like we predicted. They melt down the bad weed that's grown with this Eagle 20 metabutanol, and it creates cyanide when it's warmed up. That's terrible. We need to get a handle on the production of marijuana so we don't use that terrible pesticide, or actually it's a fungicide named Eagle 20. Yeah, remorse. Cop. Oh, yeah, and apparently Hunter Biden's new love of his life. Wow, nice to know. And Bernie Sanders defends something. Oh yeah, that was just an Elizabeth Warren plug. I don't talk about her, she's so horrible. And it's been the biggest year of all, 851,000 in custody during fiscal year 2019. The most illegal crossings in 12 years. And most of them are families fleeing economic poverty down in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. We got Putin's revenge lined up tonight for our video, courtesy of Anita. She's got all kinds of videos she dropped on us tonight. Putin's Revenge is a Frontline special, 1 and 2. We'll be playing that, fair use and all, giving you in-depth knowledge of what Putin was all about.
Tonight, we were seeing it
was made in 2017, but it looks good. Okay, they've got an underground detector where Japan has used this to search for gravitational waves. Whoa, this is interesting. Gizmodo has a story. Wow. A fourth gravitational wave detector near the Gifu Prefecture, Japan. The LIGO and Virgo detectors, Kagura uses laser interferometry to search for tiny ripples in space-time called gravitational waves. Fascinating. The fourth gravitational detector will be an important addition. Maybe this will help in predictions of earthquakes. I did set up our Twitch, but not our Switch. No, we're still in the process. We'll be back in our studio this weekend. We'll work on that. Yeah. Yes, Chucklehead Charlie made a good point. I don't think Biden's in the room. He went to bed, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, Biden took off. Mark, you actually tracked Mark and Bagface? Is that a joke? Yeah. Why are you even bothering with these people? They're censoring me and making money doing it. How can you even go into the room? It's so it's unbelievably wrong what they're doing. Biden's doing pretty well. Yeah, Biden is, you can see from his conversation tonight that he's morphing toward legalization, assuming that was really him. Yeah, really good. It's good to hear. He's going to pull a lot of votes. If Biden clings to the legalization plan, he'll pull more votes than Trump by far in 2020. I don't really believe that Trump is out of the race. I don't think the Democrats have all the goods, but if they do, if they can prove that Donald Trump did a quid pro quo, then they can go ahead and pursue impeachment, but that may not be enough to get the Republican senators to agree. That Nickelback use was completely legal that Trump did. He needs to sue Twitter. If I were Trump, Donald, if you're listening, you should sue Twitter for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Imagine album had a song taken from it by a Christian group called the Imagine song, and they played 15 seconds, and they legally were allowed to do that. So the 15-second rule is in place, and the Digital Millennial Copyright Act will be invoked, and Trump could easily win that suit and get money from Twitter. Well, I don't analyze my heart on camera and tell you guys what makes me tick. I am the most popular person on the sites. I've been censored so heavily by both the sites, and I really do believe that iBlog is owned by Mark now. So he's just limiting the number of people in here. Our real numbers are way higher. You're watching chat, or you're seeing Joe Biden become a centrist, absolutely. So yeah, I don't expose the inner circle of my mind to your chat, and what I have going personally is personal. China has closed the border with Hong Kong. Rumor has it that closing the border is part of a military move to send an army to Hong Kong. Like I said, good luck with that. You know, if China wants to pursue the totalitarian move in Hong Kong, get ready for a fight. No, I'm the most popular person by far on Vaughn, and you know that full well. And Mark has purposely pushed Frank, his friend, forward and made money censoring me. Yeah. I don't ever talk about Frank in the show. Yeah, totally troll central over here. I am the youngest one running for president. I know. Well, Beto is younger than me by a few years. Yeah, Beto is 47 or something. I'm 59. You could make bank writing a book. Remember that song by the Beatles, Paperback? You should check it out. Yeah. Well, we're building a consensus of third-party people out here, but we really want to, vote for a winner. I know. I built this site, basically. I didn't build it, but Mark did. But I brought 1 million people in here a year into his run, and it changed the dimension of the site. And then the wealthy people that are trying to stop me paid Mark to keep me down. And we've yet to find an alternative channel to go on to. I know, I do. I have a growing number of supporters. In fact, our world viewership has skyrocketed. We have millions of viewers. Nobody around the world watches Frank Taylor's show. I mean, it's like we're watched all around the world. Nobody knows who that guy is. Yeah, and nobody live streams on the site because Mark got rid of guests. And Mark got rid of guests, in my opinion, because we were slammed with guest chatters. They were just, I've got video copies of my chat during that time period, and it was just flying. I precede Frank Taylor. I've done far more than he has, and I've got far more views, but Mark has hidden the views from your viewership. It says over like 1.3 million views. I've got 480 million views on Vaughn. Yeah, Mark is purposely censoring me. Yeah, I told you that. Yeah, and we've got a stream on Twitch too. We're starting it up again this week. We've just been trying it out, experimenting. $480 million views, yeah. Mark has it at 1.3. He's purposely kept us down. It's not even funny what's happening with Mark. He just gets away with his stuff and nobody seems to care. What is it? Yeah. Plus, I'm the only guy who's done consistent shows every day for 11 years. That guy turns his webcams on in his house and walks around, in his towels and calls that, broadcasting. It's a joke. I know. The millions of VHF and UHF supporters. So this is the thing. Whoever chooses me as the vice president will win the election. We have 1.5 billion on UHF nightly. Are you mentally retarded? Because it does seem like you're missing some points here. Yeah. Let me try to help you through this. We are on UHF and VHF with billions of viewers. The people that can get into the internet are the people that have internet connections. Not everyone in the world has an internet connection. I hope that clarifies your problem, but try to figure that out because it's a real simple notion to understand. Well, that's kind of nice that we've had a clearing of all the chat from various perspectives. That's good. I've got the queued up shows for tonight, Putin's Revenge. And we'll play it out of the hard drive. I'm fortunate enough to have a really good internet connection here. We're getting 85 down and 77 up, which is great. I could have broadcast on Twitch tonight, but I chose not to. I'm doing Periscope, Vaughn, and iVlog. There's no dream to give up on. I don't think you understand. I'm going to be your president someday. There's no dream to give up on. It's written in the stars. Now, many of you who don't believe that Joe Biden was in the room tonight can just go ahead and ignore the whole chat we had. Hey, how are you, Greg? Good. What you need as a president is a fair, honest person who's not buyable. And that would be me. And I'm not about to punish any of you for being a polluter, unlike the Democrats. I don't want to push your buttons. I don't want to tax you into oblivion and charge you for the mistakes of other groups of people, like the people that spray chemicals in the sky. That's not your responsibility. And you don't have to cover the debt the nation is facing right now under the current regime. That's not on you, the citizens of the United States of America. You never signed on to that debt. The debt that you have acquired is not your debt. It was created by the United States Corporation, and that is an organization that will probably end up going bankrupt. We're going to bring back the United States of America from bankruptcy. That's my big plan. And it went into bankruptcy March 9th, 1933, and we can pull it out of bankruptcy anytime we want, restructured under Chapter 11, and get the United States of America back on track, fully funded. We have more than enough money in our coffers at the World Bank to fund this. We just have to negotiate a plan with the World Bank to do this. No different from when we created a U.S. Constitution in 1787, I believe. We have the PDF document if you'd like to read it. The Constitution is a debt note. It was created as a debt note to England. Yeah, we could have ATP candidates running in every state, it's true. But right now, the most likely chance of me becoming anything at this point, other than, a guy who chats with you every night, which I will be, is if Joe Biden or Donald Trump take me up on my offer. Either one. We will be doing background checks, full lie detector tests, and thermographic lie detector tests on everybody who works at the FBI and the Secret Service. The CIA, all I can do is assign the director. And believe me, Gina Haspel will not be director of the CIA. As president, I will remove her from her position immediately. That woman hid the results of waterboarding from prying eyes. She waterboarded a guy 68 times to get a confession, and in no way is that a confession. I've already said that Trump can borrow my ideas. I don't have any hard feelings about it. I don't have any regrets. The fact that I've been able to influence policy from a chat show is amazing. And I don't need to own these ideas. They're publicly shareable ideas. I believe that Biden and I could work together, especially for legalization of marijuana. If he really did come into the show tonight, it's fantastic news. And if he is going in that direction, that's great. I'd bring the defense idea. We take it out of Trump's hands. We go right back into the fence idea. And we tell the hardline immigration people that we're going to work on fast-track naturalization to help people become U.S. citizens and make a much more organized method at the border. Well, I believe that I'm perhaps one of the only people in the world who's been able to accomplish this. And I'm not trying to brag myself up here, but after 11 years of no gain, personal gain whatsoever, I believe I have more clout than most people on earth. It's a political equity I've developed simply because I am being censored heavily. Yeah, we should get. I had Nancy Pelosi in the room. Yeah, we actually talked to her. I urged her to start the impeachment process about, I'd say, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And she didn't follow up on the idea. We had her in the room. She looked legit. I checked her out with my chat dar. I'm not trying to bring more people in this country. Didn't you read the statistic? 850,000 people arrived this year at the border. You got to have a plan to deal with that. I don't want to bring them all in. No, I don't want to bring any of them in technically. But we do have to have a vetting process, and they are legally liable. We are legally liable for them once they enter the country. You can't just sideline them and say they don't have any rights like Trump's trying to do. What's going on in the concentration camp facilities we call FEMA is probably an atrocity right now. We need to get on that. It's been pretty bad. Ocasio did a study of the thing. I think she just grandstand the whole thing. I think they really do have a problem with how we're handling these people. We're giving them wet naps for a shower. We're forcing them to stand outside. We've already had a very important politician sign into our room. It's happening all the time. I don't think you people understand what I'm all about. You really have underestimated me, and you don't realize the intelligence that I use to map this entire process out. Do you really think I did a blackface video in 2009 because I'm an idiot? That I would take that risk, that political liability, because I'm some sort of an idiot? Look at last week, 2 weeks ago, Justin Trudeau revealed that he had done blackface 3 times or more. And he's president of Canada, Prime Minister of Canada. Do you really believe that that was a stupid move? Because if you do, then you can stand on the side of these people that are stupid, that don't understand free speech, that know that I'm standing up against the Democrats who want to define our world as politically correct. That's not what America's about. We're not about political correctness, we're about political directness. We're about getting the people their word and giving them a chance to speak, no matter who you are, black, white, Hispanic, Asian. It's about giving people an opportunity to get their message out, not shunning the message like the Democrats try to do. The trajectory of this campaign is all about gaining exposure, and my biggest liability in 2009 was reaching people around the world to hear my story, and I could only have done it one way, and that was with a blackface impersonation video. I knew that. Being I'm not a racist, it was difficult for me to actually do that video, knowing some people would misinterpret it. But in the end, you'll see that what I did was perfectly natural. I was being banned, shunned by the media. I had no other option. And Barack Obama turned out to be pretty much an okey-doke president who didn't represent the black people. I mean, never really did a good job. So in 2009, actually this was 2008, after 54 days of constant running for president, 10 hours a day, I shot this video. And it was about 2 weeks before I did the blackface video when I realized how censored we were.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle.
No, I'm not wearing the same shirt. I actually have the same shirt in my closet. No, that's 100% match. That's me. I had no choice, but I had to do the blackface video. I had to. I needed to use free speech in a country that claimed to have free speech. And Trudeau even said, I won't promise I won't do it again. Look at that. See, I could get along with Justin Trudeau. We have a lot of points in common. My father wasn't Fidel Castro, though. I like my haircut now. I didn't like my haircut then. I like it now because it's kind of floating on my head, you know? Well, you know, it's not Wig Wednesday, but could you hand me that wig that's in there?
Oh, I didn't know you've got half a wig in here.
I got 30 minutes I can impress you with my wig. It's in that plastic bag, that metal plastic bag. It's in it's in my purple kit right in the middle there, in what appears to be a silver bag. Oh, you poor girl, lady, woman. You just had your dinner. Your poor burrito went flying into your stomach. I don't believe in conspiracies per se. I believe in facts and getting the facts straight. I did say that in 2008 I didn't know about the Illuminati or the New World Order that was impressed upon us. I had a strong learning curve, and I'm immersed in this constancy on daily shows, I've learned a lot, and I've learned from a lot of the chatters that have come in here and shared their links and their views. And I can tell you I'm perhaps the most knowledgeable person in the world on the power of the Zionist-controlled New World Order. I've studied it, I looked at it, and I know that we can beat it. The suitcase full of cash, burner phone, that was a real story. Somebody tried to come in and claim that was their story. That was a real story. No, I actually support Jewish people. They can try to negate my views. Just because I'm anti-Zionist doesn't make me anti-Semitic. It does look pretty natural, doesn't it, Anita? Yeah. That's why I have it, in case I have a wig day. They can try spinning it any which way. The Anti-Defamation League has nothing on me. I've always been supportive of Jewish people, and I've never met a Jewish person that I found greedy. I've met a lot of Ashkenazis who technically aren't Jewish that are really greedy, like Hitler. I never met Hitler. Himmler, never met Himmler. No, it's not a total fabrication. The fact of the matter is, that wasn't a total fabrication, and you didn't spin the tail. No. We traced your IP to Bangkok. Yeah, there's no way you could have been in Bangkok spinning that story from an IP out of Bangkok. That's where David Carradine died, right? Bangkok. Died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His brother, Keith Carradine, the actor who plays in Madam Secretary, thanks, has said he spent $30,000, Keith did, to find out his brother was murdered. Now you're making up a lie about the story. You can't possibly have delivered that message. No, that message came from Bangkok. It's a story of a guy named David who was busy putting his wig on because people were criticizing his hair. So he put his wig on. Hey, are we going swimming tonight? Okay.
We're gonna get something from you. All right.
I can get it for you.
Yeah.
You want to tell me what it is? Do you need it right now, or can I get it at the end of the show? Okay. That's me. Wow, you got a picture of me. Look at that. It does look real, doesn't it? Yeah. I knew you'd like it. I brought this wig along because I knew that, well, 757, you can redraft everything you want about your plight from Thailand with a suitcase full of cash. But the reality is, you'll never be able to rewrite that story. It's already written down. I recorded the chat and we checked your IP. It was Thailand. Yeah. I am. You know, did you hear Joe Biden say he was a swimmer? He likes to swim at night. I do too. I could see swimming with Joe Biden, you know, like bros, you know. So, you know, we know about the floating balls, yes. Don't worry. I can. Hold on just a second. We have the technology. I don't reply to IMs, and I would not recommend IMing Zeno. He's a known troll and has been bothering our show for a long, long time. Zeno made most of his money trolling our show. Yeah, he doesn't want to admit it, though. He'd like to make people believe that he inherited some money, but we all know that's not true. Yeah, we figured you out, buddy. Yeah. You yourself admitted you've been watching us for 8 years. You never made a dime from Mark, really? Okay, well, I stand corrected. You're right again. Okay, I'm about ready to take a twist into the Twilight Zone. We're going to try to intercept the UHF picture of a large body part hanging over my face. So I'm here with my brother, myself, and Irene. Taking time bags, you wish. That's a mutable offense. Where am I? You were in San Francisco. You said so. Where are you right now? Buena Park, California. I did have a pair of Speedos. I had it all the way up through my 17th year. I knew it, see? I told you. Yeah, and then I kept the Speedos, and then I tried to fit into them, and they were like 36 waists, and I was like, I really can't fit these Speedos, you know what I mean? So I got to work my way down to a 36 waist to get into them. My worst experience living in a van in Venice was nearly being mugged by a couple of freaks. Yeah, they nearly mugged me. I know I'm going to bore you with this, but let's do it anyway. I had my engine idling. I saw some guys walking up to my van, and one guy came right up to my door and tried to open it. Click, 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 click. He said, "Hey man, while he's trying to open my door, he's saying, hey, I need a jump. Can I get a jump from your battery, man? My car's..." And the other guy's sneaking up behind my car trying to open my side door. Yeah, I immediately went into reverse, and they were like standing there. That was weird. I could have been mugged. Well, we've had some kind of meeting of minds, perhaps, because you have no idea where I am, and we both know it. Not really. No. I do know. I just won't tell you. Yeah, I don't want to reveal all my secrets. No, they just wanted my money. And believe me, living in my van, I didn't have a lot of money. Please stop mentioning Frank and his show. It's ridiculous. There's nobody watches that show anyway. Thank you. You got a migraine ahead? Okay, well, I got to tell you, do not eat anything, otherwise you'll throw it all up. Yeah, I only got 3 hours sleep last night. So as I make my way to 10 o'clock hour, I'm about ready to, fade and go jump in the swim, take a swim spa. But I got to tell you, 3.5 hours, 3 hours sleep is not enough, and I maintained the show even though I felt sick throughout the whole period of time. And that just shows you how powerful I am. Yeah, I've been deathly ill for the past 3 hours, on the verge of throwing up and heaving all over the monitor. But you'd never know it from looking at me, right?
No.
That's the power and strength of marathon broadcasters. No, I don't need you. You need me. I'm here every night so that you'll get your act together and have some hope. Please don't recite that non-entity. Thank you. But having this level of mastery over the art of broadcasting, not many people can imagine what kind of internal strength it takes to broadcast 4 hours, 5 hours, when you want to heave your entire dinner all over the entire laptop and look good at the same time. That's the strength, the power that I bring to broadcasting. The power of stealth projectile vomiting.
Would you like the trash can?
Oh no, I've got this plastic bag if I have to heave. It's also the bag for my wig, so assuming it doesn't have any holes. Oh, it's got a little hole. No, I'm not that sick. I was earlier though. No, I got 3 hours sleep, and it was only because we had this this need to get to this location that I kind of pushed my limit. I pushed through it. I didn't have to puke though. No, it's just 3 hours sleep. You can't really, without the second REM cycle, it's not sustainable. See, I'm integrating sustainability into the show here. You need 6 hours of sleep. I always get 6 hours of sleep, but I only got 3 last night because we needed to get to a location for an event that Sarah wanted to go to, and I don't want to keep her from going to events. I really don't, but I didn't feel she was comfortable driving down this treacherous road. I didn't feel comfortable with it. She might have been fine with it, but I didn't feel comfortable with her being out in the middle of nowhere on a treacherous road. So I made sure, I'm here for her. And it was treacherous. I got to tell you, I've never seen a road like that in my life. It's just amazing how weird that road is. You think it's best to sleep 6 hours, but I can't sleep a whole 6 hours in one go. Well, if you get 2 3-hour periods, let me tell you something about the 1800s. In the 1800s, people had a second sleep. They would go to bed. This is no lie. This is the truth. They would go to bed and sleep from 9 o'clock to about 8:30 to 11:30. And then they'd light up their candles or their kerosene lanterns in the 1800s, yeah. And they'd stay up from 11:30 to about 1:30 and party, play cards, talk, read. And then they'd go back to bed and have the second sleep from 1:30 to about 5:30 in 3-hour chunks. So they'd usually got 2 3-hour chunks a night. And that's how people lived in the 1800s. There's no study here. You're an idiot for coming in here thinking that you wrote something from Thailand to me. Yeah, that's bizarre. Not only are you a fool, but you're an idiot to think that I would believe you. No, 8:30 to 11:30 p.m. That was the first 3 hours that they got. And then they stayed up from 11:30 to 1:30, 2 hours of light, maybe candlelight, whatever. And they went back to bed again. They had the second sleep. For real. I'm just giving you, the stories as I heard them directly from the horse's mouth. Okay, checking the news updates. U.S. State Department will follow the law in the impeachment inquiry, says Pompeo. He lies all the time. I don't know if they're going to follow the law. So I'm not sure Pompeo is 100% on that. Yeah. Stalemate endures as North Korea breaks off nuclear talks with U.S. We knew that Donald Trump was not going to be able to denuclear the big word thing. Yeah, we knew that going into it. At least he got a chance to meet Kim Jong-un and shake his hand. I mean, who wouldn't want to shake the hand of a mass murderer? Yeah, right, sure. Who went back walking, really? Yeah, well, I don't need to upchuck the dinner in Idaho. I had a great Taco Del Mar Baja burrito tonight, and I really enjoyed it. But if I were to do a lot of activity right now, I probably would chuck it up. Hell All Day is allowed to come in. She was just kicked for a little while because Sarah had a problem with her. What have we done? I haven't revealed the big thing I have behind the scrim here. It's called What America Stands For. Truth, justice, and the American way, whatever's left of it. Hey, yeah. It is natural, Odin. Yeah, it's a natural wig. I paid extra bucks for this wig. $39.99 to be exact. Well, I just think it's the right time to talk about America, being we're holding this country together, and Trump thinks somehow we're going to have Civil War II. Well, I got news for Trump. You're not that important. Yeah, we have that at midnight in case you want to know. I understand my upload last night didn't work. I'm going to try to re-upload it tonight if I can. If not, I'll get it uploaded tomorrow. I got a lot of work to do tonight just to do a show till 1 o'clock. I might even upload tomorrow. Anyone want any heads up as to who I'm going to prosecute in 2021? Well, we'll start with this one.
We have a problem here. She is not what she seems.
Look at this. That is not normal. Something's going on right there. You can see it. See it right there? Yeah. There's something happening there. We cannot allow that under our nation's plan to allow a person to pretend to be a woman, our first lady, our FLOTUS. It should have been FTOTUS, first transgender of the United States. I'm not fixed on no. I'm just trying to say you were lied to and you won't admit it. Taylor Swift is not my girl. No, she's not my favorite singer. Although I like her new song, she's not my favorite singer. You're an idiot, guest 317. You don't deserve our party. And anybody who was let in here as a guest is a troll at iVlog. We don't have any real guests at iVlog. We just have trolls. Ever since iVlog got rid of guest chat, you people are the only ones allowed in? Yeah, right, sure. I don't think you're real guests at all. Okay, I guess we're reaching the 10-minute mark. I've got to recap the news. Yeah, I think we covered everything. Freedom is under attack. Our country is being besmirched by a large amount of totalitarianism forced down our throats, and there's no way out. So we have to come up with a better way to formulate a representative group for the country. We can't just allow the Democrats to pretend that this is real. They're not doing anything. Neither the Republicans. They're just wasting time. If we really want to get this economy rolling again and build the production that we need to build, we've been talking about for 50 years, we're going to need a brand new way, out of the box way of looking at things. Hey Marina, how are you? Yeah, it's the wig. They called me out on it. I had to pull it out of the box. Yeah, but it's complimentary. I could even wear sunglasses, and I like the wig, Cortland. It's better than anything I could have done right now. I could easily pick up, where I left off at any point wearing the wig. Real is better, I agree, but they were giving me grief about my real hair tonight, so I just said, I'm going with a wig. I have it on call at all times. The shades are working for you? Good. Well, I think the fact that we have a viable show every night, sharing ideas, link sharing. Tonight we're kind of taking a break on link sharing because I've got all these videos that Anita gave me about Putin's revenge. I'll be playing after the show. I know the wig looks natural. I know it's true. I think it was a really good purchase. It's my favorite wig. I have another one at home that looks kind of bad. I look like a Ukrainian agent who met with Giuliani. I strongly support Donald Trump putting up a strong offense during this time period, and they took my advice. So he is moving on the tip that I gave him about the China connection with Hunter Biden. But I think we had Joe Biden in here tonight, who likes me as well, and he said that Hunter, he had every right to help his son get a job. And he's right. He had every right to help his son get a job, especially a high-paying job. What it meant wasn't trading power or influence. It turns out Biden was going after the prosecutor who wasn't prosecuting anyone in Ukraine. He wasn't doing his job. That's why they fired him. It wasn't about getting rid of him because he was going to prosecute Hunter. Quite the opposite. Trump has done a lot of things wrong. I never said he did nothing wrong, but he did nothing wrong insofar as reaching out to China and asking for dirt on Biden. He has every right to do that. Unlike Shepard Smith, who doesn't understand the constitutional role of the president. If he wants to get dirt on Biden, he can, as long as he doesn't use his influence to get it, and no quid pro quo. If they can prove that there was quid pro quo, then of course Trump's impeachment will be, probably passing the House either way. Well, this is great. Yeah. Well, I'm trying not to be, burnt out from 3 hours of sleep, but I can't wait to hit the hay tonight and get 6 hours at least. You're just waking up? Okay. We will be playing the film though in the background. I'll keep an eye on the upload. So Sarah had to go to a convention, and I didn't want her to drive alone, so I got up early and took off and got her to the convention. And we were staying in a hotel, so yeah, it's okay. I can get through this. Yeah, and I am. I'm trying to, I didn't feel she was safe on the highways out here. We're in remote areas. It wasn't like a convention in a city where it's a little easier to get around and you're right there. It's a lot more different. So I managed to help her out. People are saying, David, are you CGI? Well, this effect of the V-cam makes me look CGI, I must say. So as you know, the effort in 2008 hasn't been for naught. We're still very much alive as a political entity. I am not CGI. But the effort has been almost unparalleled in human history. It was a nice looking kid. It's been an unbelievable effort that no other human being has ever matched what we have put out. What I've put out, and Sarah's helped me through this process on a nightly basis. The consistency has put just struck fear in the richest, most elite people in the world who look at us and go, wow, you people really are unbelievably American. And we are. And we're cut out of that solid fiber that makes us strong. We're not viable. Trump is. We're the real Americans, and we're not viable. So, I just want everyone to know that this effort is all about preserving virtue and integrity as we move forward toward the 2020 election. And the Democrats can't say that. Warren has got dirt all over her Cherokee Indian status, that she totally lied to get her money to go to college. Beto has that burglary and that story he wrote about wanting to murder children. I mean, how can anyone consider voting for those people? It's crazy. We cannot possibly allow these crooks to lead us toward a ultra-liberal, communistic way of life. The Democratic Party is about to either morph into a centrist party or it'll be lost forever. The Republican Party is going to have to wake up and recognize we have climate change issues that need to be addressed, but don't address them the way the UN wants to address them. Listen to what the Republicans are saying. They're preaching some truth. We aren't heading toward global catastrophe. We're actually heading toward an ice age. But neither the Republicans nor the Democrats are mentioning the chemicals that are being sprayed on our heads every day. And I'm the only person in America who's running a campaign for presidency and willing to talk about what they're doing to you. The chemicals that are being sprayed are affecting all of us. And it is affecting our climate. And that alone puts me apart from every person out there. There's not one person that'll tackle this like I will. Kamala Harris won't talk about GMOs even. Bernie won't even talk about the dangers of genetically modified food or the dangers of over-vaccinating. I will definitely bring this up. Trump isn't doing enough in this area either. We have to take on an industry that is going to have to morph into something kinder and gentler. The vaccine industry has failed simply because it's overdone itself. There have been too many vaccines pushed on young kids. If we had 7 vaccines, like normally people would normally have, smallpox, polio, rubella, but these people in the vaccine industry are pushing 70 plus vaccines onto kids. And it has definitely triggered a number of neurological problems, no question about it. Anyone who disputes that is completely oblivious to the facts. Yeah, and they keep pushing kids with Ritalin, I know. And there's natural homeopathic methods to deal with brain injuries, neurological difficulties. Caffeine in coffee, ironically, calms kids with brain injuries down. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, this is the end of the night. Thank you so much for coming in, participating in our show. It's always great to have people who come in. Yeah, caffeine works the reverse on kids with brain damage. Look it up. It's a natural calmer. It calms people down who have brain problems. Yeah. So I'm making a little song here, an outro, the repeater. All right, I'm going to sign off on that one. I just did this the other night. Huh. There we go. And I will talk to you again on Monday with Conspiracy Monday. Thanks for coming in. Our Sustainable Saturday show is wrapping up. I'll be uploading it later. I'm not even sure if I'll upload it tomorrow, maybe. In the meantime, we've got the video show going on all the way tonight till 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll be in the chat periodically. Putin's Revenge, part 1 and 2. Thanks, Anita, for bringing that in. Let's do this.